La policía. How are you, bro? It's been a while. Dude, it's been a long time. Long time no see. Yeah, I did. I did have a good sleep. Boy bueno. Hey. How did you type your U like that? Dude, your name is so long and so funny. Oh, la policía. I still see. Let me go. Hello, my friend. I better reheat up my pizza. La policía.
Your team is 22 average age, 3 on the OG side. Your team is 22 average age, 3 on the OG side. Your team. Dave, I want you to be my parents. Hey, I do. Just here to take your lovely daughter out.
Dude, that is so funny. Wait. What? What is that? Wait, what are you doing? Mr. Brad? The fuck? Dude, that is so.
The babies.
Take that piece of that edge.
I should miss the price. It looked as good. On tapes and like.
She's
Specifically, this
I was just talking about it's not. It's not a car. It's a vessel. Not a door. Keep coming. I got commands.
She was really upset. What was the lesson? He just stops. He stopped in the middle of the sentence. Let this be a lesson to everyone driving. And then nothing. Just silence. What's the takeaway?
What's the takeaway?
Succeed. It's a bunch of cheers. Jesus. What's your name, Jonathan? It's gas station.
A little bit more grub. No, I'm good. How are you feeling? So good. You like Wednesday? Bro, what the fuck? That is really weird. Okay, now it's starting to get weird. You'll find them all. You get living on me? There's Costa Rica at home. Out of Kenyatta. And I have a sombrero. My no, I want you to go. I think they do. Yeah. But you're fun. Yeah. We're gonna rub my tummy. Play? Oh my god, look at me and me and Anna playing Overwatch. She's great. She's living a life. She was like scared. That's why I was on the phone. Yes. I want. No! That's me. I'm the gay guy. Dude, I've won so many times with him. Yeah. Watch Steve. Yes. They're landing there. Yeah. Let's go. No! To the goose, we should start dating. You don't understand. It's so like, oh my god, engineering is. Yeah. Or just like just do it online. And see what Yeah, I don't know why. What engineering? I think it's just a flex. I think that's what most degrees are. That was degrees. Yeah, maybe it's something. That was so weird. What was it like? Fiction. That's disgusting. See, and you, but you still likes me. Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah. Are you doing? Do you think you're doing better than like now that it's like good competition a little bit? Do you think you're doing better than other folks? Do you think that they saw it coming? Like, did they underestimate you? Yeah. I probably would have underestimated. Do you hear what I'm saying? Just give it. Yeah, I was like, are you not gonna like stick up for yourself? Don't ever tell it to be part of it. Yeah. I would not underestimate. I would have seen your full position. I saw it instantly, by the way. Yeah, because I knew you're very smart. Um, because you're like, waving. That was like, yeah, that was a big one. And I know, just tell. Waving. I like, yeah. That's how I do it. Oh, yeah. Good job, man. Good see you. Oh my gosh! And I bet they're just like, no. And you're like, wait, I'm not done. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're like, yeah. It's just so bad. Poor moment. Well, I will say this, but you guys would like not like worrying about her anymore. It's just making her get closer to me. So, and you're not gonna like. Have you ever talked to Mikey? Um, yeah, he was funny. Yeah, apparently I got fucking class with you today. Um, no, idiot, this guy telling you, and the reason he was because he like went to hang out with, and so he's like roommates, and her roommates of course like don't like him very much. So when he was like, so he was like, so he was talking, and he started talking to him, and he stopped talking, and nobody talked to him. So he's like, okay, I'm just getting home. And he got like really drunk and had a good time. He's like, yeah, I know, I thought it was, yeah. So he just, so now it's just like someone you don't like in there. Yeah. I mean, seemed like she had brought it there again, but yeah, that's way better for the doctor. Like any respect, you can't even drink a real beer. You're not in high school anymore. Twisted tea. Yes, I'll have a twisted tea, please. That was so funny. It would be. I'm so done with twisted teas. I was like obsessed with them. I've never like I haven't drank one again since high school because I just like I get throw up if I drink any more twisted teas. Like I used to love them. I used to love them. And yeah, yeah. Great airline. We can go to Switzerland. I didn't do it. Yeah, I think I can just never. I can never ever. If I like shave my head, if I had to shave my head, it would be bad because waves like fucked up with here. What? It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. Oh my god. I think it's because I think it's because I'm weird. I think it's because I'm. I forgot about that. I'm having a little bite. Me and Max have been playing Minecraft. Yeah, it's so weird. Like the entire my way of socializing now is Minecraft. I will never not. Yeah, it's crazy. That is crazy. Oh, like a house in real life. But we could do something cool with it. Like we could be like floating around like that. How you make a breakdown? Wow. I really should just do it. It's alright. How many seasons are there? I have this Star Wars obsession. Well, actually, you have a lot to catch up on. You have the Bad Batch, which is you're gonna love that. The Bad Batch is awesome. Wait, they said that? Oh, that's right. Yeah. It's something like that. But that's about yeah. It's entirely based off. You would really like that. And then there's yeah, they are. Why are you saying? Um, and Rebels, so it's Rebels. I still haven't watched Rebels. Yeah, I want to see. There's like this fight between where Darth Maul that. Yeah, I know, but well, the first time you get to see him like come back. Bro, I don't know why they always come back. Because they can make better games. So they don't know. So Darth Sidious, they don't know that Darth Sidious is a thing. Nobody even knows he exists. You know. So right now, what it looks like is Dooku is the top dog. You know, he's the number. No, he knows he's the apprentice. So to keep up the persona of the world too, that's where Ventress is. And so she's the apprentice. And then that's what everyone thinks is the two Sith. But she's actually no. I don't think so. Sidious. Yeah. 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 I mean, yeah, I don't, I mean, that's a good question, but there's like, I think he just saw that, like, the Jedi weren't the Jedi. Because they really weren't. They were generals. They generals. So yeah, Ventress. So, and then General Grievous, they don't really go into the backstory at all. Because I watch the videos. But there's like, pretty much he's just from a different planet. That was fighting in a war. And then he got recruited because he was like a huge warlord and like a really good general. And like to save his planet or whatever, he had to help the what's it called? Separatists with their war. But then he purposely got like blown up and his body got replaced with Disciple. And kind of deeply betrayed him. I know it goes so deep. It's infinite. Like I could sit and watch Star Wars informational videos like one. They visit. It. Yeah, pretty sure they visit it. Yeah, I haven't really understood that. Like, why are there so many humans? Oh, where you could, like, it's humans and yeah, you can have sex with animals. But so interestingly enough, the species that Ahsoka is like very like they are like very sexualized. Like they're like the very like how do I say this? I don't know. Their like culture is like involves like a lot of sex. Like they're then they like that's like when there's being little for. That's why you see like remember like Jabba the Hutt had like a bunch of like for it. Who's a hut? Jabba the Hutt. Yeah, he's like a warlord, or he's like a cartel member or mobster. Forget that. You'll learn. You literally learn about like everything. I'll look up how you see. 7. We're so lucky. You're so lucky. Yeah, I read them. Yeah, with the girl from Snow White. Yeah, she's good. No, that's the new book, right? That'd be interesting. He's Savon. Bro, yesterday, me and Harrison were talking, and he was at work, and this girl was like, I don't know. We ended up like talking about like oh my like the girl like his like coworker was like my boyfriend could beat your ass, and both of us like he's like I don't know, girl could probably take him, and she's like she's like well my boyfriend punches concrete, so like, and I was just like I was like who is he, Tommy? I was like who is he, Tommy Tough Knuckles? Like, it was wonderful. Like I don't know what she was on. She was so strange. Yeah, pretty much. Like, but then she had no that. But then, like, I realized I was like, wait, she's a boyfriend, and she called me more like she tried to get under his skin, and called me more attractive than him. Like, no, me, yeah, it's so odd. I don't like her. What do you mean? That was a good time. Bruh, yeah. Dude, how long was he in there? Like hours. I think like 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, it's like, oh, no. Yeah. Did not move at all. That was a really good show. Yeah, it's so cute. Yeah. 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 So, every day, every day. I shit in my hand in the class. Oh my god, it's a huge dumper. Airbrushing is so great. Yeah, it's the genius. Yeah, probably. I could probably airbrush you way better. No, it is. And that right? You see why I do it now? Did you used to do that before me? Yeah. It was very it's just odd. You know, like, yeah, I can just pile it on more and more. It's a big I thought I want to take it. But I don't remember going with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's falling out of it. Yeah, but keep doing it. Whatever. Funny. I don't know. I think she just fucking need to make up for stuff.
Was not even there.
I don't think so. I think he went to the bathroom.
What are you doing? Why do you like to examine yourself? You like examine yourself.
Yeah, I know. Just curious what I look like. Is it a crime?
Oh no.
My criminal.
You forget yourself.
What?
You forget yourself.
Yeah, I forget myself.
I don't know. It's like a thing that British people say.
Oh, okay. It's funny. British people are like silly. So silly. Time to go to the loony bin.
That's you, alright. Did I just cut something else together? When Anna's talking to clowns, when Anakin goes to like his brother's new husband and his Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben? From Spider-Man? No. I see where you got confused. Ben Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Ben Kenobi. Same guy. Yeah. He just goes by Ben.
understand because I was like getting it. So it's like he get like now I understand like why it's like he has family.
Yeah, he Skywalker grew up on Tatooine,
Yeah.
and Obi-Wan Kenobi stayed like on Tatooine to like protect him.
Nearby, like a hermit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then he like kind of fighting. I don't remember his name.
Obi-Wan?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's like a whole show about that.
Yeah. Well, they did make the Obi-Wan, like the Kenobi show or whatever that had like Leia a bunch of like little.
I don't think he ever came out of hiding. They had, like hunted him down, or he came to help or something. I don't think he ever came out of hiding. Like he had to help. He had to help. He had to help him out or something. Are you so? What are you doing? What is this? It's snowing. So you are. I don't even think I can start that. All right. Sounds like a threat.
Yeah.
You threatening me?
Yeah.
Dude. It's time to stop me burning. See that skit? I'm gonna think. You're gonna call me in like an hour. Oh, see you.
Just tested it. So extreme. It's a big time, so the last. I think this is super fun to write. It's what something great. It's take the state. It's got there. Stuff to is to be the next big wave. The electric unicycle betting. Probably big. Skipping the flies down. So that's electric unicycle is E5. So if you're on the gym for the while, that's 6 or 7. It's extremely active. To participants, that's a pretty example of tomatoes. Specialized in things into videos to operate and it's real life. It's just distinct memory. But it had to be that was a book. So that's like sources for that same. So I thought let's go to take this back. That's like I used to be. Because anytime there's it's much me. You keep that up. You have to go to your parents. All right. That's fucking deep. So turns into to the next steps of steps of interest. To the next. I read eventually writes a Shakespearean work. The kind of applies here. If you allow Serenade to say every single word she knows as possible, you're going to get a couple of them that accidentally lie with each other. So it starts by working with cheers. So, sure, it's here. Say you like. What is that? So you can see what she wrote. She actually was so it takes the rest of the great situation. like it's like they give it something but exactly the situation. Starts to secret very I guess like it's not take you say stop. It states it states still eight. Absolutely. I see what I said. Like I said, I can't help this shit that here that maybe so it's stuff. So I was just not that's good. Little bit admittedly, I have my brain seems to be in the neighborhood that just the shares here. This is parents here. And this one I think is such someone just don't time. Even it feels like she's going to be an expansion. So she's really changed personalities again. She's like plus second. It's actually expecting her to get some kind of switch. Like she just needs to possess that the actual spirits in shape. And she's supposed to hold 8-9 next time, like I but next time, yeah, it did all think it's worse. That it's almost so bad. It's from something like here because this is like actually I've seen for some reason segments nice and troopers discuss this, like, oh, this is my actual found. This is okay. You know, it's okay. It's just showing no signs. It's not practice. Just sit down and accidentally stuff. Check that train. Too much videos to show you that train. So say so this thing. That's the ball. So there. Say the thing. You bang and shoot with my asshole. Screaming at you. She said there. I don't understand. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense.
So I thought I'd start off this round from a question of the class. Would you rather be stranded on an island with me or less?
She's not even trying anymore. Hey, what would you? You're fucking so stupid. Would you rather be stranded on an island with me or her? Come on, get off. Here you are, man.
Sorry. Certified bartender, soon to be lifeguard. Meanwhile, this blow up doll would sink you with a single cannonball. Or she might to a cannonball and eat you all. Me or her. It's not hard. It's now I'm in a higher place than you, a higher state of conscience. So if you think you beat me here tonight, that's fucking nonsense. That's what they call false confidence. You just a baby one.
Let me explain what I'm doing here. I'm just kidding. You know exactly what I'm doing. Moments ago, my dad walked in. He gave me a life lesson and told me he loved me. But then as he left the lights on, man. I'm left with three options. Option A, get out of bed and get my ankles grabbed by the gremlins. Worst option ever, makes no sense. Option B, slither off the side of the bed while staying as covered as possible. Because that's way easier than actually getting out of the bed as long as I stay touching the bed. Or option C, try to use the force one more time. There's one thing I learned in school is that option C is more likely to be the right answer. And I don't know about you, but as a kid, I distinctly remember like at least 3 moments where I thought it was going to happen. And it is times. I know it's real. And it never happened. I thought I could actually flip the switch with my brain. I genuinely believed that with just my thoughts, I would move the light switch and not have to get out of bed and get my ankle grabbed. What a dummy, right? Maybe not. What if all along it was possible to flip the switch with just my thoughts? What if this time it actually worked? I know it sounds crazy, but let's try and look at how the force actually works.
Penetrates us in mind.
To me, it looks like either an intense focus or like full relaxation of the mind that causes force waves to happen or something, and then that interacts with the environment. So I just need my thoughts and the state of my brain to interact with things in the environment the way that I choose. Like, what if right now I could turn the lights off or shut the door with my thoughts? Or raise this FlexiSpot desk while sitting in a FlexiSpot chair entirely. Those electrical pulses control other electrical pulses that are much larger from my computer.
That's literally you guys looking at my brain, right? Feel violated. The brain. Stop it.
To flip the switch like a tiny little electrical lever. Pull the lever. Roll the lever! Since I now had a way for my brain.
Let's try.
Don't be like this guy. Be like this guy. Get along with you. Oh, you don't run a camera? People who know a little bit, they're like, oh, he's totally safe. And then people who really know exactly what he's doing are freaked out. It's the center of the rock climbing universe.
It's really fucking water? God, he his boyfriend called him. You didn't know? You didn't know that? Yeah. You be something. What the fuck are you eating? Water? God, he his boyfriend called him. You didn't know? You didn't know that? Yeah. You be sucking. What the fuck are you yes, we do. Yes, we do.
This. Yes. Yes. Just it's happening. They're putting out six and it's often six. Some snake and person they informs like this is had it for years and after that it's brings it to this company. They say snake likes title. But that's not true in reality. It just says so last word and he gave this solution to the names and to some subjects. It had to work. Right? It's way up to spell roots and which is really so bad. To be honest, not much to people. I was saying that it's a waste of time. This looked at this house. So after finishing the whole process, and I just see my this I don't really expect it. So after all that, I set up somebody to a house and think it was I found the house to put it in a so
paper company. Sure, what they. So my boss is talking about hiring a position. It's big.
What's up? What was it? What was it? And I think. What's up?
Or that's open up my fund to states and fathers. So,
Why does that?
I was nothing.
What's up? What was it? You guys. I don't think they make anything. I think right now back to the Apple stuff. The reason why I feel like that because Kanye, you're entitled to your opinion, you're entitled to be where you want. There is facts and real life consequences behind everything you just said. And while you are making music and being artists and living a life that you earn, my opinion is the rest of us in society have to deal with these spirits of our life. They have to deal with the marginalization that has come from the 400 years of slavery that you said for our people was a choice. Every day we have to walk into action while you choose to say things that, to be honest with y'all, are not sensitive. You want to think freely? That's fine. I'm
Why? I will.
They said,
Why? I will.
they said,
Why? I will.
they said, small together, get back to our kindness.
I'm so sick of getting you. No, you go on without me. I'm not a good job.
You're going to work out.
Get me here.
That's not how. What do you do?
What are you live? Stop running. Big black, accident, mile, house, last.
Hamburger live.
Right, yes, I can. My dad got membership.
She's about this is your place. You bring.
Penis. Penis is how it's going. Big fat penis.
Ah, shit. He's in jail for Boston and passing the 13-year-old. So, there's been prompted in detention that making the staff and plans have rallied together to basically create a both one where this bad act costs Tory Lanez to be some of the courageous and bold and stating that this will be happening in every player capital. Even while a shotgun proceeded to cause the passing of a innocent person. And he was messing because she did not respect him. He was 22 feet in the day on the pockets so he controlled the actually reading his own person. This is the project. This is really good. It's all about stealing. Sit around the time. What's happening? Just said. I just I haven't a chance to. I'm sorry. Exactly.
My head is fucking throbbing. Yeah, that's it. What are you doing? You met your mom. Who? You have a brother? Okay.
But I don't know. It's just like I don't know. Every just like there's a decade that they give it. It's like
Yeah, that was funny. But yeah, I'm pretty cool. I am the coolest. Letting this day slip past me. Yeah, I did some. I should have. I think when I start boxing again after there. Alright. Hunts? Why can't you see me? Dog, what? I can see you. I'm trying to use it. Yeah, it's just. I'm just gonna. I can't even hang up. Can you please hang up and call me? Um, I, I'm probably not gonna be able to go to sleep, but I just need my headache to get better. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I just did. Yes. Mamacita. Popcorn. That's really not a bad idea. Ooh, definitely happened with more.
fine and John never told you. When you figure out why. Fantastic, man. I plan on being happy.
Big baller for you, bitch.
La latte o la latte.
What? You can't hear? Why can't you see my? Can you see my screen? What now? What? Oh wait, hold on. So I can't see anything? Yeah, that sucks. Probably. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh my god. Sarah, what are we doing? Are you playing the game? Oh, okay. Finally something. That's what's going. You're so like. You're such like a normal person. Like you just like. It's funny. It's cute.
I think it's I think it's just like you.
Yeah. It was just. At this point, Sarah, just buy the ads. This is insane. Are you serious? It can't be more than $2. Dude, but these ads are 30 seconds and is there ad after every oh my is there ad after every level? Dude.
That's the big
What the fuck? Every time you die too? Bruh. Sarah, I will pay. This is insane. This is insane. How much are the ads? How much is the premium? I'll buy it for you. You're wasting your life. Okay. You are. Yeah, I'm watching ads. This is crazy. Every time you die, after every level, that's pretty much every time you click the game. No. There you go. Oh yeah, that's like a good. Sure. That was probably one of the most insane things. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
You can?
And it's not my favorite.
Oh, dude, look at him. No, it is real. I think he's just under hella stress. Damn, he looks bad. Dude, imagine his friends, like, you can't even. Alright. This one? Oh, it's Fox. Law. See, this is the problem. Is like there's too damn.
Nice. For the next 48 hours.
Can you still see? You can't. Can you see? Oh yeah. You can see? Oh my god, dude. What the fuck is wrong with this? I don't know what to do. I wish I did entertaining YouTube videos. Checkable. Siblings or dating is crazy. Honestly, oh, this looks good. Can you see? Sarah? Oh, you don't have the app? Yeah, it's so funny. No, that's so relatable. Damn. Diddy trial AI prosecutions open statement sex trafficking control. Well, okay. See now? Yeah. Yeah. Why would they make this? Why would they make this application? Which one? Yeah, I'm trying to. Let's see. I wish you could see what I'm seeing. It's so cool. Okay. Alright, bye, Sarah. Love you. Oh, yeah. I thought you said you were leaving. Okay, yeah, I'll call you back. It is so dark. Over my head. Alright. Alright, you gotta see it. You see it? Hello? Did you not see it? Are you on your phone? Yeah, I don't think it works if you're not on your phone. What up? Huh? No, well, my head just hurts. Yes, I do have things. Just not doing them. Oh. I'm gonna lay down. Love you too. Whatever, dinner.
What's your name? To build your entire costume.
From Imperial surplus, start to finish, probably about 8 months.
8 months. That's actually shorter than I thought.
I paint that with silk.
So you painted it all yourself? Oh, okay.
I hired, I experienced third party, some days.
He is amazing. How much did it cost?
Practically nothing. My life is less. I'd probably say about $2,000.
$2,000.
Help. The helmet. So I got another 500 for the helmet.
Okay.
Speakers, all that.
It looks amazing. I have one more question for you. I've never cosplayed before, but if I were to cosplay someone, who do you think I should cosplay as?
Star Wars universe.
Could be anything. I love Star Wars stuff.
I would think you have the physical build for the character from Ahsoka.
Really? That's awesome. That's a great. What's your name?
Captain Rex.
John.
How long did it take you to build your entire cosplay?
So, the time that I got it from Imperial surplus, start to finish, probably about 8 months. First call me friend, you still can't call me back. Seeds of the steps that I so first call me friend, you still can't call me back. Seeds of the steps that I so maintaining us on me. Nice.
James. She is a behavioral source on the website, sitting the Express, no much, it's 89. Get in the cage. Change. Something sets him off and he tries to flee. Look at my babies. Sorry. It's not actually the ghost team getting their back in. Because it's my ghost team and get out first. Hands up. While they have these pockets, I speak my way in. Yes. Yeah, you haven't seen it. I am sitting. What he's about to tell me, I says, even me. Sex. Yeah. Let's sign up. Now. Come on. We gotta have to watch it right now. I'm proud of me. Ouch, I didn't know this is mine. I ain't nothing bad with my mom died. Yeah. Well, it's a good one. Just knows. Zach and Bill Warren. Real well. He's look crazy. Trying to water all at once. Sputter it out of the time because he interrupted the baby dies. So you got right in there. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. That's Toby got her. That's just like Toby not real. Yes. I know. Yes. Copy that. Little disbelief. So you're side of the fact that they have sanctioned the 15-year-old girl. Yes. I hate that that's supposed to be. Yeah, it's just weird. The acting out was thin. I didn't know. Listen, it's like it feels so bad. You know, it's for where to go. Yeah. So here's us. Okay. Why do you think it's that feels really good. So spray tested all the first time. And today I started like a tackle project that I have had for years, literally. Now I think it's like a couple of lightsaber hills. I take it in my class, so my second time. And today, lightsaber hill that I want to take a look at and fly and make a look at is Dooku's Count Dooku's from obviously the prequels, right? And it is one of not the only. It was first go lightsaber hills. As you can see, I have pretty good reputation. It's also one of my favorite designs. It's just a beautiful, elegant design in general. I made one of these a couple of years ago, and ever since then, I have wanted to see how this thing would go as an actual suit. Because obviously, it's kind of like it's a little difficult but straight. Lightsaber hills. And the reason why it's an interesting concept, or at least to me, is because obviously, lightsaber suit. It's just like these are the brown and edge-line because you don't need that with the lightsaber. So when it comes to Solo, you have the ability to all those things. You have indexing, you have a primary and secondary edge, and you have also material is not metal, it's like a hand with maybe a knife or something. So a sword is actually really vibrant. So it's way smash them together and turn lightsaber into sword. Is it the sword? That's what I want to find out in today's episode. Now, in terms of the only hill that I can choose for today's project, I mean, I do have custom Raffles here that I absolutely love. I also have Fading, which is colloquially people use. Just something is just like it's generally a difficult element. So, and also, so again, the signature of superiority. So, the truth of the hilt is what I'm going with today. So, when it comes to the truth, like I said, I actually made this on the second channel a couple of years ago. Some of that build footage play so you can see how I did it. Now, honestly, the Dooku build even back then was the worst lightsaber build ever. In terms of like quality, it was so so. This one was the worst just because it's so difficult to make. It has a lot of like geometry, complex curves. It was trying to get her built itself, and I got smashing the machine inside. It was such a challenge just to get that very slight, subtle curve. It was kind of a mess, but I did think that it was perfect for today's episode simply because when I made this hilt, I made it a little bit thinner and a little bit shorter than I would regular hilt because I thought that it fit that style, which obviously is good for a sword hilt, especially when you compare it to a regular lightsaber. So that being said, let's get to the first step now. To actually want to delay for this project. It's a little bit difficult because I wanted to originally use a rapier, but rapiers are very expensive, and the blades you get might not be the best quality. So, to go with it, I wanted the blade to be the same sort of general dimensions as a lightsaber. This blade was around an inch in width, and it was around the length of a lightsaber. On top of that, it was quite light and good balance, but it had a reasonable tank. So, it was a perfect candidate for this project. So to fit the blade into the lightsaber hilt, because obviously they're not supposed to go together, I just used a bunch of epoxy and some screws to the tank to get it to work. This is not my finest work, but it should functionally work. Now, after the top portion is finished, I realized that a lot of portion is honestly just a nightmare. It was a nightmare to build. It's a nightmare now to try and fit it to a sword. It's just a lot of little individual pieces. So the best option, you guessed it, is just a whole bunch of epoxy. Again, I'm not proud of this, but if it works, it works. I then, of course, sharpened up a blade ready for some cutting. And with that being said, let's get out there and see how this thing actually performs. I'm really excited about today's episode. This one is a real passion project. So here I have my Dooku sword. Like I said earlier, this one is kind of just a weird one. I've just had this project in mind for the last 2 years, and I really want to do it. It turned out pretty good. It's not perfect, obviously. My original saber is a little bit, there's problems with it. But in terms of an actual sword, it feels pretty good. It's pretty solid too. So when I move it around, there's something special about holding a lightsaber hilt and then at the same time having it be a sword. It's very strange, and I kind of really dig it. Now, there are a couple of detriments when it comes to having an actual lightsaber hilt and has a sword handle. First and foremost, it's made out of metal. Now, it's made out of aluminum as well. This is one of those things that's kind of hard to get over to people, but when you actually use a lightsaber handle on your regular hands for long periods of time, it gets very metallic, kind of sweat, and it starts to rash on your hand. It's quite uncomfortable. It's not really a good thing. There's a lot of detriments to it, so that's why I'm going to be wearing gloves. Now, the other issue when it comes to using lightsaber hilts that has a sword handle is that it's round, so my indexing and my edge alignment is kind of strange, but I put this in a way that I've used enough swords that I should still be able to perfectly be able to cut with it, even with a round handle. It's just not optimal. It's just not optimal, right? So let's get to some cutting. Let's see how this thing feels. Can't explain how much I like this. This is a really strange sort of. It's a very strange sensation to be able to use a blade like this. So let's just cut. Then it'll also be able to make it through some stuff. Now, there's obviously some interesting things here because the Dooku sabers, it's a curved saber. But the funny thing is, where most people use it, even where Dooku himself used it, is up sort of here, where it actually doesn't have that much curve to it.
So you kind of just hold it out more like a regular sword, so it should cut, in theory, like a regular sword. That was really cool. It's not many things that I get excited about these days, but that was it's the thing. Let me do another one. This is, I don't know how to explain it, but there's just something very, very fun about, like, a lightsaber, even though it's not like, it's not a real lightsaber, obviously. There's something very fun about a lightsaber, quote unquote, rather than just us two. Funny story, I was actually worried when I was sharpening up the blade that it wasn't sharp enough and that it wasn't going to be able to cut. Turns out, it was completely wrong. But I'm going to make it. It feels really good. You can tell by the giant grin on my face. This is actually a whole lot cooler than even my original thought it was going to be. I was like, yeah, maybe it'll feel good, maybe it'll kind of cut good. But honestly, really, this is it's kind of weird to hear around, so right? But apart from that, they say this has thing on whatever you want to call this, on this thing. That's pretty nice. And you have to keep in mind that it's just an even proper like sword head. So it obviously doesn't feel like a regular sword head. It's too violent. So let's talk about this cover. Because like I said, you said it was a little bit interesting in that it's one of the first lightsaber, obviously. How you use it is usually they're holding it here where there is less aggressive go and instead of here. And also the little kind of up just the leads that are fixed on the face of it and then take it sort of look different from it. So we're going to whatever. This one, you don't really disagree this one too much because even when he's using it in the fields, he's using it heavy one, left, right. I don't think this curve is completely useless either. But let me explain. So, when it comes to using a sword, I said, well, let's say I'm using two hands like this. I can use it in the one hand, like a regular blade, but then if I want to two-hand it, I also have the ability to two-hand it. Completely about what I do like about this, and this may be just an thing, right, but checking my brain to really pull back. So if I was to thrust, like this, right, if I thrust it with my off hand, not only am I able to thrust it, but I kind of have to stop. So it's going to stop because it's not a curve there. So if I wanted to extend out my range, it's really hard to do that. And that's something that I think is really cool about. Let's say I want to cheat my range, all of a sudden, just like that. No problem. So the curve itself, no problem with, and especially since it's on my secondary hand. The biggest issue with the curve on the Duke and Hilt, because like I said, sometimes the curve can be a little bit more pronounced, sometimes it can be a little bit less, is the actual dynamic of where the blade is. Because on my version it's relatively straight. It's a little bit different. The blade kind of angle is different, and I think that would be a little bit strange and harder to get used to. However, on my version, it's awesome. I got no problem with that. Wasn't perfect. No, it's not. I don't think I made the tip sharp enough to get through that armor. Like, it's still a tip, and it can still puncture most things, but I don't think it's going to get through Tony's armor. So the one thing that I want to do really, really quickly was compare this sword to an actual lightsaber, right? What's the difference in terms of the thicknesses and dimensions of one? So here I've got a Kit Fisto lightsaber replica, and as you can see,
It's actually quite thick. This is around 38 millimeters thick. So you can see in my hand, it's a bit of a chunk style. In terms of the blade, this is a 1-inch diameter. Now, when it comes to the sword blade, I was trying to look for one that would kind of match the dimensions of a regular lightsaber, at least in terms of its width. So, in terms of the blade, they're kind of very, very similar in terms of their length. That gives you kind of just a bit of a reference point on how big and how skinny this lightsaber is compared to like a regular lightsaber you'd buy. So there's not going to be a tip score for this one.
Outside temperatures would melt the frame of the aircraft if it had gone in. Have you ever wondered how hypersonic missiles are able to fly over 3 times faster without melting? You see, when some hypersonic missiles are launched, the problem of heat is produced by flying the missile at very high altitudes, 65,000 and 100,000 feet. At these heights, the air is much cooler compared to sea level, which helps lower the amount of heat.
Basically, you can sign up and go pro, but you almost killed the guy sparring, so for those. And fight for his life. Basically, if you're gonna sign up and go pro, but you almost killed the guy sparring, so for those. And
HECK is this? Seriously. What the HECK is this? I don't want to look at this. What the HECK is this? Seriously. What the HECK is this? I don't want to look at this. What the HECK is this? Seriously. What the HECK is this? I don't want to look at this. What the HECK is this? Seriously. What the HECK is this? I don't want to look at this. What the HECK is this?
Jack Band will stop that. Role play back, role play. Role play back, role play back. 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 Role play back, role play. Have you ever seen those ads where you're like playing as a soldier? Psychological truth that you must know. Sigmund Freud said this. The more perfect a person is on the outside, the more demons they have on the inside. Beware of people who seem too virtuous, who seem too good. They might be hiding something. And on the flip side, just remember somebody who's rough around the edges, someone who's always not the absolute nicest. They might be your most loyal friend in time of need. I'll tell you a psychological truth that you must know. Sigmund Freud said this: the more perfect a person is on the outside, the more demons they have on the inside. Beware of people who seem too virtuous, who seem too good. They might be hiding something.
Wait a second. I know that guy. I love that guy. We all do. He was the main character in the greatest Super Mario Brothers game in the series. Okay. Well, the sequel drop. Rodney Hinton Jr.? Yeah. If you don't feel the same way about him as you do about Luigi, then you've lost the plot. Wait a second. I know that guy. I love that guy. We all do. He was the main character in the greatest Super Mario Brothers game in the series. Okay. Well, the sequel dropped. Rodney Hinton Jr.? Yeah. If you don't feel the same way about him as you do about Luigi, then you've lost the plot. Wait a second.
Because it's kind of a mission. Like, it's not really anything. It's just kind of a project that I was really, really fascinated by. And it took me a long time to do it, not because I just didn't have the resources to do it. It was more just like I didn't have the time. I finally got around to doing it now. I'm really happy because I've had this hill
sacrifices that you have all made to be here today. We will now begin with opening statements. Is it up? Proceed.
Yeah, sure. It's Sean. Yeah. Dick. Businessman larger than life. But there was another side, a side that ran a criminal enterprise. During this trial, you were going to hear about 20 years of the defendant's crime. But he didn't do it alone. He had an inner circle of bodyguards and high-ranking employees who helped him commit crimes and helped him cover them up. Kidnapping, arson, drugs, sex crimes, bribery, and obstruction. These are just some of the crimes that the defendant and his inner circle committed again and again. You are going to hear about all of them during this trial. Let's start now with just one night. For years, the defendant physically abused Cassie. He also sexually exploited her, forcing her to have sex with male escorts while he watched and recorded it. But now, the defendant learned he had lost control of Cassie. He found out Cassie was seeing another man. Furious, he set out to find Cassie and that her hand, but he couldn't do it by himself. So he took his gun and he took his bodyguard, one of his most loyal tenants, to wake up one of the defense's employees in the middle of the night. The defendant yelled he was going to kill the man Cassie was with. He demanded that his employee take him to that man's home. The defendant forced the employee out of her apartment and into an SUV. They drove to the house. The defendant and his bodyguard broke in, but no one was there. The defendant didn't give up. He kept looking for Cassie. When he finally found her, he did what he had done countless times before. He beat her brutally, kicking her back and slinging her around like a rag doll. All of that violence wasn't enough, though. The defendant has to make sure he control over Cassie once again. So we went her. The defendant told Cassie that if she would fight him again, he would publicly release the videos of her having sex with male escorts that he kept as blackmail. 2 years of the most humiliating nights of her life. This was just one act in the defendant's. He and his lieutenant kidnapped an employee, broke into a man's house, and the defendant beat and blackmailed his girlfriend. And as you will learn, this was just the tip of the iceberg. These are not the only crimes the defendant committed. That's not the only time he kidnapped someone, and Cassie is not the only woman he beat or sexually exploited. For 20 years, the defendant, with the help of his trusted inner circle, committed crime to crime. That's why I'm here today. That's what this case is about. 20 years of crime is a lot to cover. So first, I'm going to walk you through what evidence that this case will show. Then I will explain a little bit about the charges, and then I will tell you how the government will prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So all of the evidence show, you'll learn that the defendant was a musician who created an empire. He had a record label, bad boyfriends, and other businesses that he ran or controlled. Those businesses made the defendant rich, and he used money and resources from those companies to build his reputation and to feed his every desire. To do that, he relied on an inner circle of people closest to him, like his bodyguards, chief of staff, and other high-ranking employees who ran all aspects of his life. Together, the group worked to promote the defendant's power. They carefully cultivated and guarded his reputation. And they worked to get the defendant everything he wanted. He sometimes calls himself the king, and he expected to be treated like one. He expected his inner circle to cater to his every desire, including his sexual desires. For years, the defendant used his inner circle and his company's resources to sexually exploit multiple women, including women he forced and manipulated sex with male, meaning men who the defendant had sex with women he watched. No matter what, the defendant inner circle made sure he got everyone he wanted. Many times that involved committing crimes together and then covering up his response. Those crimes included violent acts, like when the defendant brought his bodyguard and his gun to kidnap the employee I mentioned earlier. But you'll hear about the other violence too, like when the defendant's bodyguards kidnapped the same employee another time, forcing her to sit through days of lie detector tests, or when the defendant had a man's car set on fire, or when the defendant dangled a woman over a balcony. You'll see and hear evidence of all of this. The defendant had impossible demands. When some employees failed to meet those demands, the defendant blew things up, read them, or pressured them to take drugs. He even sexually assaulted one of them. You'll also hear how the defendant used his employees to get and distribute drugs. They delivered those drugs whenever the defendant asked, including so he could give those same drugs to the women he was forcing to have sex with male escorts. He transported those women and those escorts across state lines and even out of the country for those sex acts. And he used his inner circle and the vast resources of his business empire to help arrange those trips and make the women available to him. Let me be very clear on this response. This case is not about a celebrity's private sexual preferences. The evidence will show that the sexual conduct at issue in this case was coercive and criminal because the defendant made women have sex when they did not want to, because he threatened them, he drugged them. He lied to them, and he even used violence to make them do it. Along with this trial, we'll focus on just two of those women, Cassie, who I talked about earlier, and Jane. Some of the details of what happened to Cassie and Jane may be hard to hear, but this is what the evidence will show happened. The defendant used lies, drugs, threats, and violence to force and coerce first Cassie and later Jane to have sex with him in front of male escorts. The defendant insisted that the sex occurred in a very specific, highly orchestrated way. These sexual performances lasted multiple days and involved multiple escorts. The defendant called these encounters by different names over the years. First, freak-offs, later wild king nights or hotel nights. Week after week, the defendant directed freak-offs in hotels across the country and sometimes out of the country. At times, the defendant had escorts and women travel states so the defendant's staff sometimes organized flights, cars, and hotels. The defendant's businesses paid those expenses. The defendant had particular demands for frequency. At his direction, the defendant's staff set up their room in advance for flights, like his preferred lighting, extra linens, and lubricant. His staff remained on call to refresh anything the defendant needed, like the baby escorts or drugs for the women the defendant. The hotel rooms were dark. The defendant instructed Cassie and Jane to dress in lingerie, wear tall platform high heels, and have manicured white nails. The defendant selected drugs for Cassie and Jane to take, usually MDMA, also known as Molly or ecstasy. Sometimes those drugs made Cassie and Jane sick, but they also made the woman more inhibited and sexually aroused. The defendant fed Cassie and Jane drugs throughout the freak so they could stay awake and perform for him for hours and days at a time. Once an escort arrived, the defendant dictated every step of the sexual activity that followed the same pattern. And he expected the women to enjoy themselves, to appear to be all they did. The defendant masturbated forever freak-offs and often to video recorded partner. Now, I want to tell you more about Cassie, about Jake. Cassie was a 19-year-old model, an aspiring singer with a hit song when she met the defendant in 2006. The defendant was 17 years older than her and the head of a brother. Soon, Cassie was signed to a 10-album deal with Right. The defendant pursued Cassie. In a year, they were dating. They stayed together on and off until about 2018. During that time, Cassie tried to work on her and not take. But the defendant never turned down any opportunities. Instead, he paid for Cassie's cars, her apartments, and some of her day-to-day expenses. Although Cassie recorded music constantly, the defendant, the head of her record label, had the final say on the music that she released. It was never another home. The defendant started using Cassie early. Initially, Cassie fought back, but it's time and again the defendant became the fight. Her foot to the ground and kicked her and dragged her by the hair. In 2009, the defendant threw Cassie to the floor of an SUV and stomped repeatedly on her face. To hide her injuries, the defendant forced Cassie to stay in a hotel for the next week. He refused to let her leave and had a staff check on her to make sure she stayed put. The defendant also tricked Cassie to freak-offs early on. Soon, the defendant made it Cassie's job to find and book escorts for freak-offs. Freak-offs that were happening often once a week for days at a time. Meaning that for almost half of every week, Cassie was in a dark hotel room, high and awake for days, performing sex acts that she did not want to do on male escorts. Cassie will tell you how she felt as she was choking when the defendant made an escort urinating in her mouth, and how she overdosed at a freak-off when she still had an open wound on her face for the defendant's most recent assault. The defendant's physical attack on Cassie happened at the freak-offs too. As it's seen on video during this trial, the defendant hit and kicked Cassie in the hall of the LA hotel, trying to drag her back to the birthday event at school. Lock her out. Cassie tried the first freak-off because she loved the defendant and wanted to make him proud. After that, she knew it was not something she wanted to do, but because of the defendant, it became almost everything she did. Because if Cassie didn't do what the defendant wanted, the consequences were severe. Physically, the defendant beat her viciously, exploding over even a tiniest slight and beating her to show who was in charge. He beat her when she didn't answer the phone when he called. He beat her when she allowed a freak-off without his permission. He beat her when he thought she took too long in the bathroom. The defendant taught us that the divine could and often would end in violence. And when she tried to run away, he was found her, often with the help of a silver serpent. And in Cassie's career in life, with also in the defense, something that the defendant made clear to Cassie. He told her he could destroy her career by releasing the videos that were recording of her performing sex acts on dozens and dozens of male escorts. So Cassie knew that failing to please the defendant, refusing his demands, like just as a physical consequence, it had the power to ruin her life. The defendant's control, the defendant's violence, and the defendant's threats. That's how the defendant ensured Cassie could not say no to him. So time and again, when the defendant suggested to Cassie that they have freak-off, she knew she had no choice but to agree and went to work setting one up. She tested the escorts, arranged her to come to hotels, and put on the performance the defendant wanted. Her livelihood and her safety depended on keeping them happy. Cassie's relationship with the defendant was complicated. You will hear during this trial that both Cassie and the defendant were unfaithful, jealous, and at times angry, but only one of them had. Only one had control, and that was the defendant. And with that power, and with that control, he made Cassie do his bidding in those dark hotel rooms. Y'all want to know that Cassie was not the only woman the defendant did this to. This was a part of a pattern. Now, I want to tell you about Jane. Jane was a single mom who started spending time with the defendant in 2020. The defendant pursued and romanced Jane, who fell in love with him quickly. Jane was not seeing other men, but the defendant was seeing other women at the time, so his relationship with Jane was not at all public. For the first few months, their sex life was just the two of them, and Jane was happy. That was until the defendant introduced Jane to freak-offs. One night, when they had already taken drugs and been having sex for hours, the defendant told Jane about freak-offs. Jane agreed to try once to make the defendant happy. To her surprise, the defendant said he would make it happen immediately that very same night. He took her to a hotel where a room was already set up and an escort was on the way. Jane was nervous and the defendant directed her step by step. Jane thought the first freak-off was a one-time wild event. Jane was wrong. The defendant continued asking Jane to have freak-offs and promising that if she did, they would spend quality time together. They were going on dates together. They were going on trips. That was what Jane wanted more than anything, a real relationship. So she agreed. She helped plan freak-offs and reach out to escorts. But even though the defendant promised her quality time and trips, he never delivered her. Those were just lies he told her to get more nights in dark hotel rooms with escorts. Jane will tell you about those nights in detail, how she wanted the escorts to wear condoms, but many times the defendant did not let them. And Jane will tell you how he had her take drugs to stay awake and aroused for days. Jane tried twice to make it through these nights without drugs. The first time she broke down and had took ecstasy to finish performing for the defendant. The second time, Jane vomited after having sex with one escort. How did the defendant respond? He told her to hurry up and get back into the room where another escort was waiting. Early on, Jane told the defendant that she didn't like freakouts and she just wanted to be alone with him. She loved him desperately and wanted a real relationship with him. The defendant did not listen. Feeling stuck and sick of the strangers the defendant kept bringing to these hotel rooms, Jane tried to assert herself in small ways. She found two men who performed in pornography, and she invited them to join the freak-offs. That way, Jane could at least choose the other man she was forced to be intimate with. Like he did with Cassie, the defendant eventually took steps to control Jane financially. The defendant wanted Jane available with him at a moment's notice and discouraged her from working. Jane's income plummeted. The defendant gave Jane money and later started paying rent for the house that she lived with her child. That way, when Jane resisted the freak-offs and told him over and over that she wanted to stop, he had the power to coerce her back into hotel rooms. And just as he had with Cassie, the defendant threatened Jane with the videos he recorded of her engaging in sex acts with the escorts. But the lies and the drugs and the threats were not the end of it. Not even a year ago today, Jane had the worst day of her life. The defendant came to Jane's house for an afternoon date night. She and the defendant argued about another woman that the defendant had been seeing. Jane was upset and jealous. She had now spent years in hotel rooms for forced sex while the defendant took his other girlfriends for dates and trips. Jane hit the defendant and threw things at him. The defendant became enraged, so Jane tried to get away from him and hide. She ran to her bedroom and locked the door. He kicked it open. She ran to her bathroom and locked the door. He kicked it open. She ran to her closet and locked the door. He kicked it open. She ran to the guest bedroom and locked the door. He kicked it open. She tried to run out the front door, but he grabbed her with a chokehold, lifted her off the ground by her neck, and kicked her to the ground. Later that night, they fought again. And just as he had with Cassie, the defendant viciously attacked Jane. He punched her in the face. Jane took off. She was curled up in a ball on the ground, dragged her by her hair and her arm, and slapped Jane's face so hard she fell over. When all of this was over, the defendant still did not let Jane be. Instead, he told Jane to bring up him. The defendant instructed her to put on an up and call up an escort for a freedom. He made Jane cover her left eye bruising, take an ecstasy pill, and perform for the descent with that escort. Jane followed his instructions. Like with Cassie, the defendant's violence had got him what he wanted. The defendant's sexual violence did not stop at freak-offs, though. Cassie will tell you about a time when the defendant forced himself on her, having sex with her as she cried and repeatedly told him no. And Mia, an employee who the defendant worked to the bone for years, will tell you about the times that the defendant forced himself on her sexually, putting his hand up her dress, unzipping his pants, and forcing her to perform oral sex and sneaking into her bed to penetrate her against her will. As I said before, the defendant had the power and the control, endless resources, and a loyal inner circle who would stop at nothing to get what he wanted. Amidst all this violence, the defendant and his inner circle had to make sure that nothing put the defendant's public image and his power at risk. So as tirelessly as the defendant's inner circle worked to meet the defendant's every, they also worked to cover up this wrong. Remember the video of the LA hotel of the defendant attacking Cassie during a freak-off? You will hear just how far the defendant, his bodyguards, and his chief of staff went to get what they thought was the only copy of that video. The defendant first tried to pay off the hotel security guard with a wad of cash in exchange for his silence. Then the defendant and his chief of staff reached out to a different hotel security guard to broker a deal. In exchange for the video from the hotel, the defendant gave the security guard a brown paper bag full of $100,000 in cash, while the defendant's bodyguard and chief of staff stood by. This is far from the only time the defendant's inner circle tried to close ranks and to damage control. You'll hear how inner circle covered up the defendant's brutal beatings by keeping Cassie in hiding for days. You'll hear about the inner circle contacting witnesses of the defendant's abuse to feed them lies, including even after he knew about the investigation in this case. Again and again, the defendant and his inner circle tried to keep the defendant's crimes out of public view to protect his reputation and to protect his power. That is what the evidence in this case will show. For all of this, the defendant is charged with multiple federal crimes. You'll hear a lot more on the charges at the end of the trial when the judge instructs you on the law and his instructions to control. But for now, there are just a few points I want to highlight so you have context for what you'll hear during this case. First, the defendant is charged with racketeering conspiracy based on his agreement to commit crimes as part of an enterprise. I expect the judge will tell you an enterprise is a group of people who work together for a common purpose of engaging in a course of conduct over a time. Here, you will learn that the enterprise is the inner circle I talked about, the bodyguards and high-ranking employees like chiefs of staff. Some of these people came and went over 20 years, but I expect the evidence will show that the defendant was a through. He remained at the top, running the group, and he always had trusted bodyguards and advisors help him. Together, they agreed to commit different crimes, including kidnapping and arson, distributing drugs to other people, exploiting employees for labor, and in his case, sex, bribery and extortion, sex trafficking, and transporting people for prostitution. That's all covered by the racketeering conspiracy charge. The defendant is also charged separately for sex trafficking, Cassie and Jane for forced fraud or coercion. Again, the judge's instructions to control, but I expect to learn that fraud includes a lie about a material fact. Coercion includes threats, and force includes violence. The defendant is charged with using all three tactics to make Cassie and Jane participate in days-long, drug-fueled, reported sexual encounters with male escorts against their will. Finally, he is charged with transporting Cassie, Jane, and male escorts across state lines for these sexual encounters. How will the government prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of these crimes? You'll hear from witnesses, including Cassie and Jane, two of the defendant's victims. They will tell you how the defendant tried to control their lives, from their homes to their careers, how the defendant used his control over them, his lies, his drugs, his threats, and his violence to force and coerce them into having sex with male escorts. Cassie and Jane will describe freak-offs for you in painstaking detail. They will tell you some of the most personal and painful experiences of their lives. The days they spent awake in hotel rooms, high on drugs, dressed as characters, to perform the defendant's fantasy just as he directed them to. You'll also hear from some of the defendant's employees. You'll hear from Mia, who worked as the defendant's personal assistant for years, being employed to be sexually assaulted. Mia is just beginning to grapple with the times the defendant forced himself on her sexual. Mia will tell you how she could not talk about what happened to her until recently. She wanted to take the secret of what the defendant did to her to her grave. You will hear from the employee who the defendant forced into an SUV with a gun for one of the defendant's chefs, and now from other personal assistants. They will tell you that they were punishing hours and days for the defendant, times without any sleep. They will tell you how the defendant ordered them to buy drugs for him, how they used all the resources at their disposal to make sure the defendant always had everything he desired. They were expected to keep quiet about what they saw and what they heard in the defendant's homes. You will learn that some of these witnesses and victims, including Cassie, have already received financial settlements from the defendant or have filed lawsuits against the defendant. But these witnesses will tell you they trade any money from the defendant for not having been. You will also hear from some of the escorts who participated in freak-offs with Cassie and Jane. They will tell you how the defendant directed the sexual activity between escorts and Cassie or Jane, down to the detail of how they touched each other, the specific sex acts they performed, all while the defendant filmed it. You will even hear from an escort who saw the defendant assault Cassie and drag her by her hair during a freak-off. In addition to these witnesses, you will see documents that have proof the defendant's crimes. You'll see records from hotels, car services, and airlines, show the dates and locations when the escorts and the women traveled to meet the defendant for freak-offs. You will see records of the physical damage that the defendant in his freak-offs caused the hotel reserve state. You will see dozens and dozens of text messages about freak-offs, including messages from the defendant to his staff asking for more cash to pay escorts. The messages where the defendant tells Cassie what drugs to take and when before a freak-off. And the messages from Jane to the defendant telling him over and over again that she did not want to do freak-offs. I mean, you will see videos of some of the freak-offs. The videos that the defendant used to blackmail Cassie and to blackmail Jane. Those videos capture just small parts of these days-long performances. In them, you can hear the defendant providing direction to Cassie and Jane, and you will see Cassie and Jane do exactly what the defendant tells them to do. You will see that on performances high in ecstasy, where they pretend to enjoy themselves because that's what the defendant said he wanted. You will see for yourselves the defendant's violence in its aftermath. You will see photos of Cassie and her injuries from the defendant's assaults. You will hear from witnesses who saw the defendant assault Cassie or saw injuries he inflicted on her. You'll see photos of the damage the defendant did when he kicked in 4 doors at Jane's home. And you will see videos of Jane with bruising still on her face days after the defendant attacked her and forced her to do a freak-off, not even a year. You will see for yourself what the defendant had in his homes in March 2024 when they were searched. Guns, the defendant's so-called med bag full of illegal drugs, and freak-off supplies like lubricant and platform high heels. Finally, you will see and hear evidence of how the defendant and his inner circle worked to keep his reputation and his power intact for all these years. You will see the agreement signed by the hotel security guard, barring him from speaking about the $100,000 that the defendant paid him for the hotel security video. You will hear recordings of phone calls when the defendant called Jane after Cassie had filed a lawsuit. You will hear it. You will hear him try to manipulate Jane into saying she wanted to have freak-offs. You will hear him interrupt Jane when she pushes back. You will hear the defendant's thinly veiled references to continuing to pay for Jane's phone in exchange for her silence. You will see the text messages the defendant sent to his chief of staff right after talking to Jane to make sure that Jane's rent would still be paid on time. The evidence will come in piece by piece. One was come in chronological order, but by the end of this trial, when you've seen and heard all of the evidence, you will see how it all fits together. You will see how it proves that the defendant led and controls an enterprise that enabled him and others working for him to commit many crimes. How it proves that he forced and coerced Cassie and Jane into sex with male escorts, including having them travel to other states and countries so that those sex acts could happen. And you will see how all of these crimes and the empire the defendant controlled was designed to fulfill his sexual desires, to protect his reputation, and to keep his power. At the end of this trial, we will have the opportunity to speak with you again. But between now and then, I would ask that you do 3 things. First, please pay close attention to the evidence. Second, please follow the judge's instruction on the law. And third, please use and trust your common sense. If you do all that, You will reach the only verdict that is consistent with the law and the evidence in this case that the defendant, Sean Combs, is guilty. I promise I am. This is why
You guys before you ask, we've been very excited to do this. We asked for a lot of it. We don't really do it.
Thank you.
It's no secret that one of the things that propelled Donald Trump to victory in the last election was right-wing media, a potent combination of conservative cable, podcasts, and social media influencers. Now progressive voices are trying to make sure that their footprint is as powerful and as big. The Mycelis brothers have created the Midas Touch Network. That's right, one of the few digital networks to crack the code, gain millions of followers, and keep beating Joe Rogan to be the #1 podcast on Apple Podcasts a few months back. So I'm very excited to talk to them about what they're doing and how they're doing it. First of all, hello guys, welcome to the next question, and thank you so much. An exclusive, the first time that the three of you have done an in-person interview together, right?
Absolutely, first.
I'm very honored, very flattered, and I want to ask a little bit about your life story. You all grew up on Long Island. You all had your own respective careers. Ben, what were you doing before you decided to embark on this venture?
Well, I was a lawyer. I went to law school at Georgetown Law, was a civil rights lawyer, and I was working civil rights cases out in the Bakersfield, Fresno area, representing families who lost loved ones in police brutality cases.
Wow.
So it was through that work that I ended up meeting Colin Kaepernick. And Colin Kaepernick took a knee for police brutality to bring attention to it. And then from there, the pandemic happened and the Midas Touch Network kind of sprung out of it. My background was a lawyer. I think my parents were surprised when I went into podcasting, but I think they're happy with that.
I'm sure they are. How about you, Brent? What were you doing?
I was in film and TV, so I moved out to Los Angeles to go to USC, and I was in film school there, and I graduated, freelance for it, ended up working for the Ellen DeGeneres Show, was an editor there, ran the digital department, post-production team over there.
You guys were really early adapters for digital content. I remember doing such an incredible job. So you knew, gosh, a lot of people are watching the show at home. We are going to make sure that everyone sees it online.
I got to give them a lot of credit, and the producers there a lot of credit. They saw that incredibly early on, and what ended up happening was when I got there was a team of like 5 people. I was the new guy. There was like 4 or 5 other people. By the time I left there, we had a team of, I don't know, if you include kind of other staff kind of associated with it, probably like 80 people there. And so I saw this entire division of digital blossom. I got to be there while it happened, and I never thought that editing and helping to create videos that maybe got human interest stories and cat videos, whatever we were doing there, would end up applied making video and political videos, but somehow I think it ended up being a great education actually to do that. So
I'm sure it did. Meanwhile, the baby. Tell me what you were up to before you got involved in this.
Working in advertising, actually right here in New York, part of Times Square, this agency called Translation. Incredible agency. I like to say that they gave me my PhD in New Age marketing. It was really awesome. There was a nipple operation over there. I think they had less than maybe 80 to 100 employees when I was there. And so we got to wear a lot of different hats. So from the creative department to strategy to account management, just kind of seeing campaigns taking it from the early stages of development and seeing the whole execution all the way through. It was really, really cool. And seeing how they kind of use new age tech and social media to really emphasize and reach their audience in different ways. It was eye-opening at the time.
So you all, your skill sets really complement each other. You all bring something different to the table. And so it's the pandemic. You all are getting increasingly frustrated by what you're watching unfold. And then what was your aha moment? Like, we have to do more. And how did you all come together and say, let's launch this new venture?
Well, you heard our backgrounds. We're not political people. Missing from those backgrounds were stories of working in politics. We're just people who were scared during the pandemic. We were nervous. We were worried about our families. We were worried about our friends. And we were sending each other text messages about what we were going through. And so we said, how do we translate those messages into, we almost felt selfish if we didn't bring what we were talking about to the public. So we just started saying, what if we wrote about this? What if we started a blog? What if we used Brett Skills who could do videos and editing? What if we used Jordy's marketing skills and just start telling people, here's what we're feeling, here's what we're experiencing. You're not alone. We're a family. And here's what we're trying to do to help each other. So we started releasing a article, a video that Brett edits. Jordy helps coming up with some of the framing of it with his marketing skills. And it seemed to resonate because nobody had really seen a focus on these topics that really focused on the human experience as opposed to just kind of an overtly political side to it. So people had this kind of, like, I feel that way too. And once we started seeing that, the shock to us was like, wait a minute. No one else is really talking like that and connecting in that way. And so we did it again and again and again. And from there, it just kind of kept on growing. A video did 100,000 views, then 1 million views, then 5 million views. And from there, it kind of sprung up and a community started developing around it. And the months progressed and we started seeing that this was actually a real impact.
And then you sort of broadened your aperture, if you will, and it kind of started focusing on all kinds of things, not just obviously COVID and the vaccine or misinformation or how you were feeling and what was upsetting you, but the political spectrum in general, right, Brett?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think we just, we were trying to share our lived experience with everybody out there. And so when we saw something that we thought was crazy, we would just be like, isn't this crazy, everybody? We're watching together. Like, is it just us? And I think for a while we were all just looking at each other like, I don't understand, why is this being treated like this is normal? Especially it was during the time when, Trump was saying this 15 cases going down to 0. It's never going to come to our shore. It was just lie after lie after lie. And I was like, we're like, this is gonna be bad, right? And then you just kept seeing, all the kind of political ramifications stem from there. I think that was a very kind of pivotal moment in shaping people's beliefs. And in addition to just COVID, I think a lot of people at that point were sort of being siloed into different kind of groups at that point. And there was a deep division that was kind of being kind of put into our society, and people were kind of falling into
by their own self-selection or algorithmically.
And the fact that everybody was full and everybody was not speaking with each other. And so as we developed this, it's for all different reasons. I mean, some people were mad that they had to, be home. Some people were mad that, why don't they just take the vaccine? Why don't they respect my space? People were all mad at each other for all different reasons. And so there were these communities developing. And so community became an essential aspect to us more so than the politics of, are you able to kind of assemble a community that's based around kind of positivity and wanting to do the right thing, rather than a lot of these sort of more malicious online communities that exist out there that seek to kind of sow division and hatred. And during that time, there was definitely, a lot of that. And so as we built kind of Midas Touch, that community aspect was almost more important than us saying, here are our political beliefs and these political stances, but more like, hey, don't we all want things to be normal? Like, hey, we said this stuff is nuts. And if we can all just rally around that, maybe we can actually put those political differences aside in many ways. And so as we progressed, one of the things that we saw was that, there were folks who may consider themselves, as liberal as can be joining us. Then there were folks who consider themselves Republicans or former Republicans who were joining us. Independents. We saw, people coming to us for all sorts of reasons. But at the end of the day, I think the core was people just wanting things to be normal. And understanding that what we're seeing then, and by the way, what we're still seeing now, is not.
I was going to say, I wouldn't necessarily say, and you disagree, that your content exudes positivity at this moment in time. And I feel like you have gone through various iterations. During the Biden administration, were you guys a little were dormant. There were fewer things for people of certain political persuasion, I think, to be outraged about. So did your growth really explode after the election of Donald Trump the second time?
No, I would say we saw our strongest growth period when President Biden was president during that era. I think it's a slight misconception about what we do that, maybe like just angry about the world or anything like that. We really just try and bring folks facts and data. And it's sort of that approach that has led the community to grow. When you watch our videos, for example, Ben will say a couple sentences, we'll say play the clip. Because playing the clip many times is way more effective than explaining every little slight detail, maybe giving his opinion in that second. And people are just take away the receipts from the videos and we let them form their own opinion. That's where we genuinely see the most growth of the network and of the community, because it speaks to really the values that we care about. We just want things to be normal. We just want people to, live their lives and be happy and be able to enjoy it without some, lunatic screaming in their face every 3 seconds. And so I think we've seen tremendous growth during the Biden administration, and we continue to see growth right now as well. But again, I think people are always coming to us for the facts and for the data, and that's what it's allowed to.
I think because we've been there now for 5 years, people shut off after a lot of people shut off after the last election, and then they were looking for fighters, and then they were looking for people to stand up to them. And I hope we've always been authentic to the same values when we just started this out in 2020 as what we're doing now. So as we were out there still fighting, and I think a group of people lost a lot of hope after this election. So they turned and they saw what we were doing. And I think that also helped give them hope, which allowed a lot more people to maybe notice what we were doing now. And also we were doing things on the digital realm that a lot of people are adopting now.
Right.
Our YouTube strategy, our focus on simulcasting videos and audio was just a different way to even kind of approach this space, which also I think has been a bit kind of pioneering. We can talk about it later, but that's part of, I think, where we're seeing, and we're humble and grateful for it. And some of the recognition is, lots of people didn't even know what we were talking about when we were saying simulcast.
Right.
A year ago or more, and now that's the new way.
If a Martian landed on Earth and you had to explain to him or her what the Midas Touch Network is and, an elevator pitch, how would you do it? Who wants to take that?
I think it's a podcast that's fueled by a community. And the community.
But it's not just a podcast, I guess, as we know, are video and audio, but it's sort of, you're doing everything everywhere all at once, right? But sorry, the Martian interrupted you. Go on.
It's the community is built on, I think core values and principles. And that's what's the success. And what we're trying to readjust everybody to remember is that politics, the Martian, I may have lost the Martian. But I'll give you my speech for the Martian. I'm assuming the Martian.
The Martian is
well-educated Martian. It's the best. But I think politics has been gamified. And if you're this team, you're that team, you're angry, yell at each other, and the victim's left a little bit confused. What's even the issue? And they try to give what team do I like based on the style of the fight and the style of the debate, and who's winning that fight. That's still a split screen cable who's yelling. So we try to deconstruct that, and we come with an opinion and a strong opinion, but we try to root it in a trial lawyer approach. Here's the evidence, here's the exhibit, here's why we feel this way. Agree with us, don't agree with us, but here's what we're grounded in. And so rather than have a 4-minute segment of yelling with 30 seconds of the actual news, we try to root it in 11 to 13 minutes of the facts with opinion, but it's the facts that drive it.
Well, what I would say to the Martian, I would say that, but also one of the things I think you all do so effectively is connect the dots in this crazy media landscape. you know, with so much happening, particularly in the early days of the second Trump administration, I think what you do so artfully is kind of connect, you know, you thread all these things. If an expert saying this and then Caroline Levitt is saying that, or someone, you're not a big fan, you know, you're taking all these different things and you're kind of helping people understand in aggregate what all these moments mean.
That's why you paid her.
No, is that sort of your goal?
Yeah, you know, it's funny because we were speaking about this, I think, like just yesterday, that there's so much noise out there. And I think we all thought, you know, if we went back, I don't know, I did 10 years ago, but probably more than that, probably thought, oh, with the internet, digital media, with also, there's going to be so much information. People are going to be so well informed. People are going to be smarter than ever, and they're going to be on top of everything. It's going to be so clear to know what's true and what's fiction. And it's clearly like the opposite at this point, where we're seeing there's such a deluge of information coming at people every single day. So I think one of the things that we do try to do is what you just hit at, which is how do we cut through that noise with a message that's clear, that can resonate, that gets the truth across in the midst of just all of this chaos that's coming every single day. Certainly that's been ramped up since Trump's second administration. I think part of their strategy is also to flood the zone. And of course, says that, yeah, back to what Matt had said in 2016, whenever he made that statement, flood the zone with shit. I don't know if you want to say that last year. And that's definitely been their strategy this time around as well. Just so much that it's almost impossible for, you know, an average person to try to keep up with it. But that's one of the things we try to do, is really center the conversation on, you know, these are the distractions, these are the important issues, these are the things that are actually going to affect, you know, you, your family, you know, your friends, your coworkers. These are things
you really need to understand.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think you're right. I mean, a combination of things is making it so difficult to stay informed. And a story that happened 4 days ago, the country has moved on. It's like, hey, whatever happened to the Associated Press getting picked out of the White House press room? You know, what about all these right-wing media influencers who are now taking over seats that once belonged to legacy media? Would you describe yourselves as journalists, curators, producers, or do you think there isn't really a category for what you do? Jordy, you're smiling. Go ahead.
No, I've never thought of it like that. I view us as concerned citizens, first and foremost. I just want
There will need a media empire.
When we do interview, we don't do a lot of interviews about ourselves. So we're actually not that, and I mean this sincerely, reflective on, like, because we center the network around the community and around the message to the people. So it is always, you know, interesting sometimes, you know, and lately we don't do a lot of interviews. Sometimes when we're reflecting on, like, we are, what does it mean?
But maybe just think about it, sort of you guys, but as brothers, sort of who is the Midas network, right? You know, and I guess it's a lot of things, right?
And it's most importantly, it's been built on the community of people in America, and frankly, people around the world who are concerned about the mission experience. That's how I would say it very, you know, very succinctly. But I think we are a media network. We run a media network built with some of the best reporters out there. We have a great editorial team that breaks stories. You know, I consider what I do on a day-to-day basis. I'm reporting on news. We break exclusives, report on news that happens. And, you know, we try to contextualize everything as best we can.
You know, I'm wondering, could you do what you do without legacy media? In other words, I know you use a lot of clips from MSNBC or Fox or CNN news reporting. And then I think you make it understandable. As I said, you cull from a lot of different sources, give people the big picture, at least in a lot of the content I'm looking at. But the big beef, while legacy media gets trashed and everything, is a lot of these content creators and even we digital media networks could not do what they do without, with all due respect to the reporters you have, but with this vast array of legacy media organizations that are covering the world, who are interviewing Scott Galloway on CNN or doing something else with some other expert. You might run a clip. So I'm just curious how you feel about that. If legacy media proof went away, I think you could do what you're doing.
I don't know. I mean, I think that a lot of the things that we find on social media, that's what
right, or hearings on Capitol Hill. I was thinking about that.
So I would say there's maybe 5 to 7% of what we do is maybe commenting on an interview that's on a cable news, legacy news network. But I don't think that drives the network, even a small fraction. I mean, the majority of it is people are out there saying things, either on social media, on their own TikToks, on their own Instagrams, on their own X accounts or whatever.
There were more people are saying on Capitol Hill, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, saying that guy was flipping the bird. Did you guys, I'm sure, did story.
Yeah, we did that deceptive photo where Representative Stansberry ended up showing the actual photo.
Was that who was holding it up?
It was Marjorie Taylor Greene had the big poster board of the head of the USA fencing.
Right.
Why they brought in USA fencing, even though they received no federal funding, is because there was a Fox story saying that there was a transgender fencer. So the whole conspiracy is that they wanted to punch down on a marginalized community using the fencing guy. So they showed a photo of the head of USA fencing in a Doge committee, and he had a peace sign, or he had 2 fingers up. And they edited it out to look like he was giving the camera the middle finger. And they said, look, he's giving you all the middle finger. And then Congresswoman Stansberry said, no, let me show you what the photo is. It's actually a peace sign.
That was so crazy, remember? And Marjorie Taylor Greene just hit the gavel.
See, but that's the kind of thing, like, to me, I don't care what your politics are, like, that's not, and we should all be able to acknowledge that that's not okay. To do that kind of deception and to try to push down on people like that. And so I think that's at the heart of, a lot of what we're trying to get across here. But, I think one of the other great examples too, and, I think legacy media certainly plays a tremendous role. And I think there's some, excellent reporters out there who do a really, terrific job. And I commend their work, and especially the reporters who are out there war zones and international stories. I have so much respect for stuff they do, but I will say also, a lot of the bread and butter of what we've done, especially throughout the past years, also is looking to like the first-hand documentation ourselves. And so I think one of the great examples, and one of the reasons I think Ben is so good at what he does, is with his background as an attorney. One of the things that we do is we'll go through court filings, for example, and so during various court cases over the past few years, and even everything that's happening in the courts right now, because there's a whole lot of legal stuff happening right now in various courts.
Very good, Sam.
Started a whole new channel, the Legal AM channel, because we had so many legal stories.
Right.
And so we have a whole channel now specifically dedicated to the legal. But on those, the attorneys are going through and they source documents, the court filings. This judge said this. Their argument is this. They're analyzing it. And so I think that is at the heart of it. And I think one of the things that our format allows us to do that may not be as conducive to a 24-hour news format or a kind of a TV news format is we can go there, we can sit there, and we can say, pull up the filing, we can read an 8-page filing, and our audience likes that. It probably doesn't make good TV, but our audience likes us going through, okay, now let's look at the footnote on page 3, and let's go to the paragraph, okay, and they like, I don't know, the channel. Likes that. They like seeing what's actually being said, and I think sometimes it's the most revealing rather than you hearing what I have to say about this topic. Right. Let me tell you what the judge actually said here. Let me tell you what the Trump administration's argument actually is here, and then you be the judge of what the truth is.
So fair enough. You guys do a ton of original reporting, and not just on clips, but that you see on cable news. In fact, I thought it was funny. I know that you hired this guy, and he is sort of like how can I explain him? He's sort of like the truffle sniffing dog who can figure out like what is going to be the big story and doesn't clip it. I read one of you said something like he's so undervalued as the best cable news producer.
Yeah,
because in a way you all are setting the agenda for at least more progressive cable news networks. I would imagine even more conservative ones that are often reacting to more progressive ones, right?
One of the things that we notice, and it's a funny thing to see, is that Eason, who's one of the most brilliant people on the planet.
Yeah, I might have to hire Eason in a way.
He is a savant. When you see what he does with like the 8 screens, and he sits there for like 18 hours a day.
Oh my God, it's really
Let me just say, these R's you can't have. But he goes through the clips all day long, and he's got an eye for it, and I think it's something you do need an eye for, right? What out of all the things that are said during these congressional hearings, for example, or on the floor of the House, whatever it is on cable news, there's a lot of stuff that isn't newsworthy, that isn't exciting. But for you to be able to capture, contextualize, and 99% of the time it's literally just reading the captions, what people are saying when he puts out these clips. But to pick those moments that are the moments that he knows will be important for people to see, I think that's a real skill and a real talent. And one of the interesting things that we see is he'll do that throughout the day, and then coincidentally, on the
Ari Melton's talking about
you can go on
another lawyer.
whether it's MSNBC or Fox, they're playing those same clips. They have a different perspective on the clips, but they're playing those same clips that Asen pulled earlier today. I don't think that's any accident. I think, it's just how people are consuming media.
Right.
And it's not just us, but it's cable news producers as well are seeing what happens in Congress, not because, these hosts are sitting there watching the hearings all day, but because they see what people are speaking about online, and oftentimes that originates with our
It's so interesting. You talk about your values. You describe the trans community as a marginalized community. I couldn't agree with you more. I think our values are probably aligned. But clearly you guys are left of center. Is that fair?
It's funny. I think that's certainly fair, in the kind of traditional political structure and stuff.
Issues that you all care about or believe in, or maybe sort of describe some of those issues, like
not that we were political, but we're all Democrats. We all had just that go in that, but we really don't view everything like through necessarily a political end. Like in that way, we don't necessarily view ourselves as like I don't care what the Democratic Party does. I don't care about their internal squabbling. I don't care. To me, we're just doing our thing. If we have our values, and if people want to beat us at our values, that's kind of all we care about. So
I think people should get for a hard day's work or just working, they should get paid with dignity. I think Americans should be able to afford homes. I don't believe Americans should be living paycheck to paycheck if they're working. I think that's a form of psychological torture. I believe that Americans should all have access to health care. It should be very free for Americans. I believe Americans should have access to education, which should be affordable and free to Americans. I believe in equality. I don't believe that marginalized communities should have to wake up and be scared how they're going to be treated in a given day. I don't believe that people should be bullying marginalized communities. I believe diversity and equality is a strength, and equity is a strength, and I don't think that the lesson from this past election should be running away from that. It should be standing up for it and being strong and standing up for it and showing actual convictions. I think a lot of marginalized communities see fair weather supporters work with them if it seems cool, and then abandon them when the seasons change. I think they see that a lot in the media portrays them, how corporations portray them. Oh, everyone's with DEI now. Everyone's not with DEI now. I think that's bullshit. I think you got to stand with people and be who you are, and that's ultimately is the right thing to do. But I think that's also what ultimately win elections too, because if you really care, if you're really fighting for people, they'll recognize that. And I think when they see that you're wavering, they don't even know if you're a real ally or not an ally.
That working with representing Colin Kaepernick was very transformative. Maybe not transformative. informative, maybe that's not the right word.
Sure.
It was.
Yeah, so-
And in terms of how you view things like Black Lives Matter and some of the things that Colin did, and as we were talking about racial equality and DEI issues, gosh, we've seen so much of that progress reversed. How do you feel about reproductive rights?
Well, that's the first Colin.
No.
The Colin side, nobody wanted to work with us at first when I started representing Colin. Remember that Colin was one of the first people, if not the first person, drug target. Get that SOB off the field. Colin lost his job. No one deals with us. No one did business with us. And Colin and I were working together. Then all of a sudden, everybody wanted to work with us because Colin fought. People perceived what everything was. As Colin won, he stood up. Everybody was with us. And then people leave. And they're no longer, we can't do, all these corporations, all these groups, everybody want to invest in.
It's scared, right?
And they were all talking about diversity. They should achieve diversity off, all those things. And they get rid of it. So if you look at that, you think, who has my back? And I think you need to, as a leader, setting aside, are you center left, are you left, are you left, just as a leader, have to say, I have your back. And I've always had your back. I'm the person who was marching with you in Bakersfield on the streets, whether you were a Democrat or Republican, if you lost a loved one, I was with you. And I was fighting for you. And I'm the civil rights lawyer who was fighting for you, the person there. We have your back. And I think that authenticity is what's most important beyond, how do you describe yourself as it relates to reproductive rights. I feel strongly that reproductive rights, it's a woman's decision. We as men, get the hell out of it. It's not for me to even think for a moment that I should be in any way controlling, lecturing, talking, having anything at all to intrude in the conversation, here. And so for us, women's reproductive rights, that is sacrosanct to the woman and state of.
So you, I think, are antithetical to the current sort of right-wing media ecosystem. And I wanted to read a quote from the study Michael Tomasky, who is the editor of Public. I interviewed him a few days after the election. I asked him about his essay about why Trump won, and when exploring why he did, Tomasky wrote, "The answer is the right-wing media. Today, the right-wing media, Fox News and the entire news network, Newsmax, One American News Network, the Sinclair network of radio and TV stations and newspapers, iHeartMedia, not all of iHeartMedia, Radio Network, Christian Radio, Elon Musk, a huge podcast like Joe Rogan, so much more sets the news agenda in this country." You repeated that in the next paragraph, sets the news agenda in this country, and they fed their audiences the diet of slanted and distorted information that made it possible for Trump to win. Before I ask you about how this informed your decision to move forward with the Midas Network, I'd love to hear your take on why you think, and maybe Jordy, as a marketing person, you have something interesting to say about this. Why has right-wing media been so incredibly effective?
Yeah, I think when you go down that list, the Fox Newses, the Rogans, they keep going down and down.
To mention the so-called manosphere among those foods, right?
I mean, one thing that's really standing out to me every time you go down through one of those lists is they're funded by these billionaire, Elon Musk, billionaire, Fox News, Murdoch, billionaire. You go into the Rogan sphere, I don't know his what now, but it's heavy funding and influence that then just trickles down into that quote unquote manosphere. And so once you get hit with, the Fox News clips, it's an ecosystem that all feeds into itself, and then the algorithm takes it on your social network. So you really can't escape it. Like it's consuming in such a way that it's almost unavoidable. Here's the thing there. I just want to go. People are suffering. People feel pain right now. People want answers about why they feel pain. They can't afford a home, and they're seeing rich people with 10 jets and mansions, and they can't afford a home. They don't know if they're going to be able to. We have to listen to people and what they're saying. Democrats, people, I'll listen to what people are actually saying to you. People are suffering out there. And I think that they're getting easy answers from right-wing media about where their suffering is coming from. They're being told the immigrants are doing it to you. They're eating your cats and dogs. And that sounds stupid to a lot of people, but they don't want an easy answer about why they're feeling pain. And when you can blame a marginalized community as they're doing it, and then somebody comes in and says, I'm going to make you rich. I'm going to make you the richest person ever, just like me. You're going to be so rich, you're not even going to know what to do with how rich you are. That message resonates with people who are suffering. It's built on fraud. You combine the lies with a right-wing media network giving you a simple answer, and that connects with it. Now, how do you combat it? You have to combat it by pointing out that that's a lie and that's a fraud, but you also have to provide solutions, and you have to speak to people's real human condition. You have to look somebody in the eye. You have to say to them, I hear you. I listen to you. I understand what you're going through. And that's what, we could talk about the podcast pros, the media ecosystem, but ultimately, whether this massive funding machine, they're pumping easy answers by scapegoating the other and making people understand, oh, that's why I'm going through this. And that's not why they're going through this. They're going through this because people like Trump and other people are the ones doing it to them, inflicting. That's what's causing it. And they managed to, the people who are causing it has managed to convince the people they're inflicting the pain on that they're helping them, and they're not. And so the antidote to that is also simple messages.
I was
but
going to say
also
messaging is so important, isn't it, Ben? Because it seems to me there is sort of an orchestrated effort to keep it simple, but also to have it kind of almost going through the whole ecosystem, right? In a way that is just much more effective. I think also people think that people are paying attention to every little thing, and they're just hearing sort of this orchestrated effort not really making sense right now. But I think most people aren't like us, like reading every day, or like your guy who's watching Answers, right?
Right, it is coordinated, and those people you mentioned, they do work together, and I'm sure I've seen certainly evidence of it. There's been stories about it as well, that there are signal chats and iMessage chats and various things.
Like, this is what we're going to do about today. Although Roger Ailes used to do that every morning on Fox News.
They all
distribute a memo with talking points that every anchor had to adhere to.
One of the things that we noticed early on, and I feel like we were written off for it a lot, is that those conversations were starting on the internet, and they would then permeate to legacy media. They would then get to people's Facebook feeds. They would then get into the conversations that people are having with one another. But you wonder, where does this cats and dogs rumor, where does that even begin from? You could trace stuff like that back to an internet post, back to a tweet that went viral and people spoke about. And so oftentimes, because everything is so fragmented right now, you don't actually know where that information even started from, what was the kind of match that ignited it. But oftentimes these conversations are beginning in these spaces, and then they kind of become more mainstream, and in many cases now make their way to the president of the United States, who lives in these spaces as well. But I think, I think it's a bit nefarious kind of how it operates in a way, and I think folks have learned, in my opinion, a lot of the wrong lessons from the election. And by nefarious, I mean, I think people think like these people were created in a lab, that, the Manosphere podcast, these people were created in a lab designed to spread propaganda and spread certain lies. But to me, that's not what it is. I think a lot of these shows did begin organically, and they had audiences, and they connected with people through typical, life things, or whether it's, ultimate fighting, or weightlifting, or discussing a pop culture trial, or whatever it may be, something that doesn't necessarily seem political. But once they have you in, they could then use that space to send people down these other rabbit holes that I think could be, kind of a bit more dangerous. I think in that way.
So it's like a lifestyle podcast that sort of morphs into.
They suck people in, and then they say, okay, now that I got you, have you considered that the vaccine might be hurting you? Like once they get you, have you heard of, and all of a sudden you start getting put down this path. I read an interesting article a few years ago at this point. I think it was the New York Times, and it was about how the Epic Times, they were.
I signed up for that once, and I tried to, because I just like to hear what everybody's saying and how the stories are being framed. Isn't it called Epoch?
Epoch, but
it's like from China or something.
Someone will correct me in the comments.
No, I was like, oh my God, these people are insane.
Yeah.
Stop. And they kept sending me stuff finally.
And so in this New York Times piece, they analyzed how they pulled people in with viral videos of cats and dogs. And they would promote on Facebook videos of cute cat videos and cute dog videos. And so they would get people to engage with their content because they thought that they were engaging. Oh, look at this cute cat who's on a skateboard, or, whatever it is. Next thing they know, they're being pushed, Fauci needs to go to prison and all this crazy stuff. And it all started because they watched this video of a dog on a Roomba or something,
Yeah.
And so that's what I mean by nefarious, that people get pulled in with things that seem benign or seem like they're, things that relate to their interests. Next thing they know, they're taken down this algorithmic hellhole, and that they really can't escape from once they're in. And so I think that's one of the kind of dangerous spaces that we're in right now. Also is, social media is going to continue to push stuff at you that you engage with and things you want to see. And once they do a few clicks, sometimes people get lost in these algorithms, and it consumes their life, and they just kind of lose a grip on, a little bit of normalcy and kind of even respect for other people, humanity. And I think that's kind of one of the dangers.
It also makes it programmed to have this visceral reaction to anything that is different than your point of view.
Yeah.
Right. And I know that you all say that the talking point or the conventional wisdom is like the left needs a Joe Rogan. They need their Joe Rogan. And I know you have all said that that's the wrong way to look at it. But clearly, to deal with this ecosystem that is so powerful, different points of view, or even truth, right, needs to have a more potent platform. So how do you think different views or truth and everything that's going on with the Trump administration gets out there and explained to people? And do you worry that you're kind of preaching to the choir? I know it just seems like 12 questions in one, but how do you do that?
Well, on the preaching to the choir, I always ask this question for people. I asked about Fox, and I said, do you think that Fox News is preaching to the choir? I say, raise your hand if you think Fox News preaches to the choir. And usually in my group, everybody raises their hand and says, of course, they're preaching to a right-wing choir. I go, do you think Fox is one of the more powerful forces in politics in general? Okay, so they're preaching to the choir. You don't view that as a negative, right? Right, okay. Well, what if your choir just needs to sing louder than the other choir? What if you just need a choir to begin with? What if your choir doesn't believe you're a good conductor? You should first be a good conductor of your own choir. This is going back to what I said before, and ensure that your choir knows that you're actually their conductor and that you're fighting for your choir. So I think that whether you want to say it's the Democrats or whoever, I think that one of the problems has been that the choir needed to be preached to a little bit from an authentic position and saying, we're here with you, we're fighting for you. And then you can start to build and grow because I think other people start to see, wait a minute, that makes sense.
Your choir needed a church to go to. Basically, right?
You know, and to me, when you're building, do you want to model that on a choir built upon values that you don't think are helpful? And this goes to your organization. I'm going to tie it all together. But do you want to then say we should be like that? Well, you're going to start losing people in your choir if you're saying I want to start being that way, because then they're going to go, well, what do you mean? I don't like the way they're treating marginalized. I don't like the way they're bullying. I don't like the way that they're making a mockery of women. I don't like that. So why do you want to be like that? No, I think that they just want to see you say, this is what I believe in. I'll give you an example. Andy Beshear, governor of Kentucky.
That's great. Oh my God. He is, I mean, talk about Wilson of America. It's like out of Central Canada. Like Andy Beshear, Rush Chairman.
Democratic governor.
68% of person rate.
68 in Kentucky. He doesn't say, I'm not for LGBTQ, right? He says the opposite. He vetoes any bill that comes his way that's anti-LGBTQ. And he does a press conference. They'll say, this is why I'm vetoing. We need to treat all human beings with respect. And they respect him in Kentucky for doing that. So to me, if he can do that in Kentucky, he should be able to do that everywhere else. And to me, that's a great example. I was so impressed in the interview, where he conveyed, that message to me. So there's that. And then there's what Senator Bernie Sanders said to me, which is that the most important issues are sometimes the least discussed. And that's true. People aren't talking about the issues that actually impact us the most, whether that's housing, whether that's healthcare, whether it's education, whether it's, living paycheck to paycheck, and all these issues are not being discussed. So we should discuss them. So to me, in terms of helping what our version of what's going on the other side should be, I think it's obvious we should make sure our choir sings louder, and we should be focusing on the issues that actually occupy a lot of mental space in Americans' minds, but are filled with conspiracies, and we should fill it with the truth assumptions.
And what is the reaction among, say, people who are more conservative? Because everyone's all over the place. You see, like, working class folks who supported Donald Trump, but if you're tackling the issues they care about, do you find that they are gravitating toward your platform?
I mean, look, I think I'll say this, whether they're gravitating or not gravitating, I'm confident that the views and values I stand behind, I stand up in this, and I stand behind it, and I'm confident that that's the approach that will, I'm not trying to chase people and beg them to. I'm simply want to let them know that here's a place where we feel very strongly about these things. There's a massive community now that watch this. Join it if you want to join it. Don't join it if you don't want to join it. But we are here to stand with them. So I don't. It may sound you have to occupy myself so much thinking about, I'm really hoping I just changed, Mr. Magnus' mind and made him into Mr. Midas. Like, if they want to live in their rage out their lives, yeah, if they want to live in their rage, their rage out for them, that's where they could live, but they should know that there's other places where we're going to talk about the issues in an actual, logical, smart way, and then we're going to layer that with some positivity.
Do you think that this whole kind of opposite views of the foxes of the world are taking traction? For example, not saying that current research, we have a lot of these digital companies, networks, honestly. I mean, never some network, but their networks too, and they're rising up and creating a force field that is, talking up against this other huge ecosystem. That makes sense.
I just give you the data quickly, from our network, 315 million or so YouTube views every single one. So that's
Like, let's go. Yeah.
that's more on a day-to-day basis, not digital. I think we all agree things are moving digital. So the key wants to go more digital.
Right.
So they're very so on that platform, I just got you down on a day-to-day basis. And some days Fox beats us, but on a day-to-day basis, we'll get that Fox on and then see it and then see it on the rest. I just touch it everywhere. He goes. You're the fastest for Substack right now. Substacks out there on the start. So we should do Substack and become Substack. Exactly. And then forums, and then on the podcast downloads themselves. The jury showed me the data today. So in the last I just touched network, so Canvas always charge for Ben Shapiro. For the last so in terms of the brain, I think that shows that there is an appetite for this out there. And I think that, we got to preach to that choir, and expand it, but start also with more care about.
I struggle with this as someone who, I'm sure, started now, bringing out the fact what is really happening is automatically interpreted as being biased, right? And I think there's no such thing as true objectivity, but having said that, I really struggle with that. And many people say, listen, the rules have changed. It's okay to say support trans people. It's okay that they represent for reproductive rights. All these things that honestly, personally, I fear. Professionally, I've never really, I've been right and not shared that. So I'm curious if you think sort of hold back to semi-objective, knowing that pure objectivity is impossible. That journalism still has a place in the culture, or is it simply, the 75 and up watching networking newscasts?
Yeah. I sort of think it's the left place. But at the same time, I think everything is so fragmented now that I think such a large portion of the audience are going to places that can share a point of view. And I think, I think if we just did a report that is this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and there's plenty of places where people, could find, that. Yeah, but I think the key thing that we do is connect the dots on all these things. And I think when you're able to weave it into a story and actually connect the dots, I think that's what people want to be able to gain clarity. Because I think as we've kind of been saying, there's so much information out there that in order to be able to digest it, it has to be presented, I think in many ways, in certain ways, just to make it clear from even just a storytelling perspective, so people get how does the tariff affect their business or the price they're going to pay for goods, and how does this affect their medication and their family. Like I think you need to be able to tie it all together in a way, and whether people think it's biased or not when you're speaking on those issues, to me, I think you just need to put that aside, because now we live in a time people are going to comment on everything, right? Like I said, if you're going to comment, I mispronounced something, we'll get a comment, right? If there's going to be a comment about everything, you have to almost bake that into what you're doing, in my opinion, and just, and let the chips fall where they may. I think the biggest thing that you need to do, though, is be authentic, to yourself. And I think people could smell bullshit a mile away. And that's why I think when after the 2024 election, when there were so many, I feel like I saw so many Democratic politicians and people and media and podcasts and you name it, who all of a sudden everything I thought they believed in, communities that I thought they supported, all of a sudden they seem to be backtracking on that. Maybe we focused a little too much on inclusivity. Maybe we focused a little too much on reproductive rights. And you try to kind of shape your opinions based around public tone.
Right. Kind of like that. So whether we're describing just the DEI era, when it's cool, it was great. Now they're like, what? What does that speak for?
Yeah, and so how do I trust you with anything? And I don't speaking of Mr. Naga, Mr. Midas, whatever we're talking about. I don't think you're gonna win. The Mr. Naga's not gonna vote for you because they have this books. They're gonna vote for the man. Okay? They're not gonna come around. They may say they respect you or something. You're not gonna. I assure you. You're just alienating your choir, as we were speaking about before, and you're angering the people you build trust with because you violated that trust. So I think right now, and I think whether you're Midas Touch, whether you're Joe Rogan or name it, I think the most important thing is that you're authentic to your audience and that people trust the things that you are saying and know where you are coming from and know that tomorrow comes out that says this big thing you've been pushing may not be super popular right now, that you're not all of a sudden going to change your beliefs, that you're based on it. And that's my thought on that. I think, one of the things I can say about Donald Trump, I'm not trying to say anything nice about the guy right now, but one of the things I can say is I think he's pushing forward a lot with things that are incredibly unpopular, and then he's taking his people kind of on that journey with them going way back. I remember he was being laughed at these at the White House dinner, and he everyone is making a mock random. But he pushed forward and he tried to make the case to bring people to his side.
It's a marketing gig. It's anything pretty in a way.
I would say the Bugsy scene for area. So that's the other characters that came.
I mean, you think dialectically, you don't be all those things.
I mean, was Bernie Madoff a good marketer?
Well, I think he was very good. I don't think he had a public persona that was charismatic and got people to buy what he was selling. I mean, he did have a small group, right? But I don't know, just on we have to get into the rest of the thing.
I think what I was saying go to and to more people I know I used to say it a lot back in but check I think people who do over giving your advice, especially over again, is absolutely nothing. Regardless, we don't try to be better than right? We're additional into the marketing and bring in experts in specific spaces that can speak to issues that are not expensive.
Yeah.
And we pretend that we're experts in, but we have a clear value set of different, and if those lean more democratic, that tells you kind of where we are as a country, as a society, and just stand behind it wholeheartedly. And I think people like that. That's what folks are advocating.
Yeah, but that's not to say that your ideas cannot evolve and change your opinions. I think certainly. I don't think that your beliefs that you had at age 18 have to be the beliefs that you have at age 50. Right? I think that the evolution is a part of life. Exploring new ideas, engaging with them, changing your mind is a part of life. But I think people, to your point, when you go, this poll came out yesterday, and all of a sudden maybe I shouldn't support transgender people so much. Maybe I shouldn't support diversity. Maybe I shouldn't support reproductive rights. I think people see your brain. Yeah. And then they go, this person, okay, so you're just a fraud. How do I trust that anything else you're telling me right now? How do I know you're being honest about that? What about tomorrow? Some other politician one that was the opposite of that, and then all of a sudden you're switching your beliefs on that too. Like, how do you trust somebody? Sort of a shapeshifter like that. And I think it's important to not view, as you go from election to election or, issue to issue, whatever it is, that you don't just change with the way the wind is blowing, but that you are staying true through those moments and that you're sticking up for your beliefs. Because I think at least people will respect you.
Right. And that data actually reinforces your position. I think that's really critical. Just a few more questions. I've talked to you guys for another for years.
Yes, please.
But I'd love to know just sort of logistically, selfishly, a little about the Secret Sauce that has made you so successful. You guys have hired a bunch of different. It's interesting. I didn't realize Michael Cohen was part of your network. The former Trump lawyer, but you have hired a lot of different people. You have correspondents. We've also had sort of what traditionally we call pundits, and do you ever feel like you've got too much that's coming out, or that's what you're doing?
So we've taken the 24-hour cable news cycle and we've tried to deconstruct it. So whereas a 24-hour cable news cycle, you'll have how many stories a given day, 5 to 7 that are repeated every day. So we try to take those 5 to 7 stories that, and I don't watch for cable news, so those 5 to 7 we primarily based on we pick are the most important, say 7 to 10 stories of the day, and then that becomes basically 10 to 12 YouTube videos, you know, every day where, you know, they're
All your different, right? So you do some, right? And do you yes, I used to majority
every now and then.
every now.
There's some social.
Yeah, yeah.
So every day we probably have about 1 or 2 of these 3 live shows that last about an hour. And so that may be the show I do with Brett Jordy. That may be the show called Legal AF that I do with the Microphone Pocket, Karen Freeman-Agnipolo. She was the DA. No, these are like uploaders. No. Need analysis breaks. But that's breaks. Play out the see what it's about. It's great. And so 10 videos to 12 videos a day that are about 10 to 15 minutes and like whatever it takes to go through the report line. The data will reveal that we come to the issue way that people really get. So we do that a couple times a day. Maybe there's a 4 a.m. Although no, the East Coast time is all screwed up. But on the West Coast, it's a 4, 5:30, 7. You know, you basically go 90 minutes out and you program it like that. 2 or 3 live shows a day. Some days, maybe every weekend, it's 1 live show. And then we have our other social media. We've got TikTok, we've got the Instagram, we've got all this Skype, which our accounts do very well as well. And then the audio podcast as well as the main brother podcast that may give you selective, you know, beginners.
And stuff, because that's, of course, the big dilemma for people who have transferred kind of a pure digital film. They used to talk about their $1. So that's changed as more than 50% of people are now getting their news from social media. What is your financial model?
I think it's still analog dollars, digital pennies, although analog dollars
Right.
are getting a little bit less, but digital pennies are getting more, which is a good thing. I just spoke recently at a panel, and I said one of the most important things I think to monetizing it is you don't go into this. I mean, truly, we never went into this thinking how to make the biggest business decisions. That naturally grew out of building good content in good ways.
And a good community.
Yeah, then the community, exactly. And the community was there. That's what we fought for always. And stood by the community, built the community. They built us. It's been, you know, very mutual. And then as you grow that, you know, then you start to get into your digital pennies, analog dollars. Then you start to look at, you know, what's a YouTube CPM, which is a different age, right? But what's a podcast CPM? And then what's a post-read CPM? Then you start getting into conversations that start to, but start to look similar to the way traditional TV do things. You know, what's a CPM? And here's where things are affecting. Right now, if you were to buy an ad 30-second or 60-second spot on a cable news network, your CPM would be super high for 30 seconds, and you may be paying an outright, you know, they'll say it's a good, you know, the networks will say it makes sense, but you'll be paying whatever X dollars for that 30 seconds. After the show airs, no one sees the ad again, and you're one of 5 ads that may be during that block. There are 4 ads during that block, and no one ever sees it again. And I don't know what the conversion rate even is for, you know, it's not even really tracked that way. How many people bought a car based on
Or those vitamins that taste like vegetables.
Right.
It's
you know, so if we're getting a million views, if we're getting a million views post, on a video, and then there's a post read, and joining, works with the advertisers to make sure we're getting advertisers that kind of meet our criteria, but not bringing advertisers that we think are not the right fits for us. You start thinking about, well, what does that CPM look like? And, I think it's a more valuable proposition ultimately to an advertiser down the road. And I think this is where the industry is moving. I think this is why we see so many people looking at a model, that I think we, again, there's been a lot of people involved in this, but I think that we helped, show that this is a viable app for what the perfect people are seeing it and saying, oh God, and I see how Mike's did it when he tried to build a network. And that's kind of how we know things there.
It's interesting. Over the past few years since we've been doing this, we've seen a lot of companies kind of come and go or try to enter the space. And I think the theme that I've seen are the ones that kind of come and down quickly are the ones that start the top-down approach rather than the bottom-up approach. And by that, I mean, you see this big splashy announcement, so-and-so was, the editor-in-chief of such and such, newspaper, and now they're going to make the digital network for the future. And they got an $80 million investment, and they're going to open up 12 offices around the world, and they're going to hire 150 staff. And anytime I see that, I get fear. The economics aren't going to even work. I mean, with the offices alone, it's going to sink you. I don't even understand how you
still dollar penny.
Yeah. And so, to me, I'm like, I don't know how you think this is gonna work.
So how many people do you have altogether on your team?
So I think one of the things that is most effective about what we've done here is the way we decentralized it. So, I think as far as kind of full-time staff is concerned, at this point we're probably 10 to 15, full-time, and then in addition to that, we have dozens and dozens of contributors who are also producing content and contractors and people like that. So
it's their side hustle, or is it?
For some people, it's one of those things where you get what you put into it. And so there are some folks who are, making videos every day, maybe 2 a day, are just really crushing it, and this is become their main thing. And now their livelihood is making, videos for Midas Touch, which I think is amazing that we're able to offer that to folks. And then we may have folks who do, a video a month or, a couple of videos a month, and this would be their side thing. And so I think we offer that flexibility to folks, who work with us, kind of how much do you want to put into it and what's kind of resonating with folks. But I think it's cool that we've been able to build this platform from the ground up completely independently without a penny of outside investment money, getting us to where we are, right now. And so, and obviously, we're certainly afforded, privileges of, all having jobs and being able to take this leap that other folks aren't necessarily able to do. And I completely acknowledge that. But I think it's important that, you do have that kind of ground up approach when you approach it, because when you're dealing with pennies, you can't be spending, you can't be spending dollars. You need to figure out a way to do this. And, I'll also go back to our words here. I'll take it back to the beginning, because during the pandemic, one of the things that we noticed was everyone was reporting from their homes. And so we would watch CNN, we would watch, NBC, we watch all the networks, everyone was on Skype or Zoom or whatever. And so we were like, we can do that.
Yeah.
We're safe.
Well, yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
As somebody who I used to have hair and makeup every morning, or be on a fancy, desk with lights and camera crews and everything. And I'm like, there's something great too about immediacy. We have to call somebody and get them in a car, have them come to the studio. And there's something great about just being able to talk to someone right away.
By the way, there's a newness to it. There's an authenticity to it. Also, I see that there's
see me without makeup.
I totally think that. But I think though it requires you to think a little differently, right? You don't necessarily, I know, and Ben knows he doesn't have necessarily studio music, all the stuff lifting him up, and so he has to, in many ways, focus on the content.
Right, like there's a fakiness about like good evening.
Yeah,
And
I think people see, see through a lot of that. And like I said, in doing it in that way, I think ultimately, like if anyone is like watching this and like, how do I start something like this? It's like you want to make sure your sound is good. You want to make sure people can see okay. You want a good camera, good audio. Aside from that, people are going to be actually pretty forgiving with the rest of the stuff. And I think in the beginning also, there were so many people who have come to us, I got this great video. I got this great painting. I just need to run it through a few weeks of testing. And then we're going to make some changes. And then if I could just get an investor,
you just do it
find
in
a
real
distributor.
And that's the one question I also wanted to ask you. You do it in real time, you experiment, you get kind of the reaction.
Yeah.
I promise I only have this is what we're I hear all about talking to you guys.
We've done it before, yes. We've been very excited to do the same. We're thinking, we ask for a lot of it. We don't really do it.
Oh, well,
But we're very big fans of you.
appreciate it. Thank you. But when you talked about how responsive you guys are to your community,
Yeah.
and I'm curious, I love the interactivity. It's not always fun to read because when you read a mean comment or whatever, but tell me what that actually means, being responsive to your community. Can you give me sort of an example of that?
I'll give you an example of the message that resonated and how we do it. If you looked at Senator Bernie Sanders and AOC's rallies recently, where there have been 30,000 people and 15,000, there's a part of it where they go into the audience and they ask the audience, how do you feel about this? And then they just listen. And you hear what the people are saying. And we do something intuitively similar for the past 5 years, where we want to know how they're feeling, what they're thinking about issues, and really listen and learn from their experiences. And that's where we understand, okay, this is what you're going through, this is what you're going through, this is what you're experiencing. And so we have that sense in our overall programming where they are. And again,
What is it, reading like their comments, or is it, do you have a special site or email address where you actually hear from people? How do you do that?
It's all of the above. I mean, it's reading the comments. We hold sometimes 1-2 times a month, we'll hold meetings with our supporters, with the Midas Mighty, as we call them, and we'll do Zoom chats, and they'll tell us how they're feeling. They'll explain to us on our social media handles. They'll usually, us and certain things, and so it's an aggregate of all of that, and we're just constantly listening to them every day. It's not necessarily, we have those meetings, but it is kind of a constant back and forth since this started. Like, just another example is when we started covering Canadian politics, which was a big, and our expansion
A lot of Canadians.
internationally, when we listened and listened and listened, and a lot of American media networks supplant the Canadian experience with their American-centric views of how Canada is, versus really listening to what people in Canada are experiencing. And so before we started doing any reporting on Canada, we had to understand the dynamics of the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party and the NDP and the Green Party and how things work and what's going on with Carney and what's going on with Pierre Poilievre, and understanding, all of those dynamics. And it was a relentless listening experience. And then we started talking about it. And then it started connecting in Canada. So the Midas Touch Network podcast became the most listened to podcast in Canada about Canadian politics.
Right.
And what we heard from them,
Which is such a compliment.
which told us that, but the feedback there was, it's because you're listening to us, and you understand that when Donald Trump is making these threats against us, it's not a joke. Nor do we view it as a trade war. We view it as a war. That type of language, the same way that Ukraine is Putin. About denazification is how, when we use this language 51st state, it's an attack on our very existence and our sovereignty. So we want you to understand why it is we're going on American products. It's not that we don't like Americans. It's that the leader of your country now is basically threatening an invasion against us. And so when you start speaking like that, they go, thank you. They go, our local media doesn't even think about it in those terms. That's how
Yeah, it's obvious that you have an audience first mentality, and it is surprising to me as somebody who's been doing this a long time, how these interactive tools are at our fingertips. And still, most media organizations really don't utilize them. I have to blow my own for a nanosecond, but when I wrote about this in my book, sorry everybody who works with me because they've heard the story a million times, but when I was in between the CBS Evening News, I was talking about oil spill. I said, what do you guys want to know about the Gulf oil spill? That, because I think you get in a media cycle or a news cycle and you kind of repeat the same thing over and over and over. You give a little bit more, advance the story in a small way, but you kind of miss the forest for the trees sometimes. So I asked on Twitter back then, what are your questions about what's going on in the Gulf? The people at CBS were so unnerved. I needed to understand what people cared about, what they wanted to know, and what they were thinking, and what they were wondering about. But to me, if you're serving an audience, why wouldn't you listen to them? And I think, Brent, you were talking about the top-down approach and kind of serve your audience at where they are and what they want to know instead of what you think they should be told, right?
You're a politician or you're selling tires or I don't care what it is that you're doing. You don't understand what people want, then what would you want from you? I think you're gonna miss that and you're right, for the ever. People are listening to it, they're not shy about it. They're not exactly shy.
I always say the thing about the internet is everyone now has a voice. The bad thing about the internet is everyone now has a voice.
Yeah, so I think people aren't shy about it, and people may disagree with us too at times, but at least we know, they're thinking, at least they know that we're coming from a place of like, this is what we really believe in it, and we're not going to BS here, on it. And I think that's important news.
From my perspective, I think the best much better is that this goes down without this relationship of listening to feedback every second of the day.
Yeah.
We agree. Better understand. And everybody else is very important that we really understand how we're moving. And less than 5 years ago, back in Buckland's basement, during lockdown, there, to now I have a kid, and so they've seen us mature every step of the way, and it's been really cool relationship that we've been able to foster.
And the walls have been broken, I think there still is this sort of part of this about screen media and the way they communicate with people, and obviously we all have to get to that behavior authenticity. I think it's used, but I think it actually still.
Yeah, it's honestly shame.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's been one of the reasons I've been successful professionally is I think that I'm the same on camera as I am on the camera most of the time. I'm not when you're filter. But I think things maybe I should be a little less, we go. I wanted to kind of mention the atmosphere and young men in this country how we're living there.
It's about us. So yeah, it's right here. I don't know.
Do you all have any sisters? You do. Are they
75 stones.
Okay. You say you're frozen, right? And about what you think tapping into younger men in this country who really primarily can't see how they have gravitated so enthusiastically to Republican tobacco companies and how, well, first of all, I want to know why you think this is happening. And then I want to know what you think it'll be done those dynamics.
I think the idea has been hijacked by at least alpha people. Okay, like a JP Vance. So the masculinity will come back. And it's not enough. Let's be very clear. When I hear stuff like that, yes, this is what you think about that you're masculinity. That very this lady, and I hear what you say. I got you. You know, the difference in the world, but I like the world of the gym, that's a different help. You know, but to me, at least as I was raised, you know, being a person who stand up. I mean, like a kid, like, growing up, when I was in high school, but now you can say that you can stand up against the you know, the person who's like, you know, like, ladies, like, we do stand up for people. And that's to me, that's like, and how, you know, this is how I was raised. And being a good man, is being a man for being someone of honor, you know, standing up for people. And that's kind of been inverted. This to me is one of the most culture that has, you know, basically said the opposite at the punch down. That's been right now. Like, what it is, and it shouldn't be.
Isn't it for big needs? Some people that has, I don't know,
It's not saying it's been right. It's something that's like you see about that. I think about Jump Street. That has this representative. They go to the high school and they try to be less they do it like in the 80s and try to be like kind of boys and stuff, and they're down. It's like, nah, we're not that. We're gonna see weird stuff. And I grew up the same way, but I think that, and to me, you know, Gen E or Gen Alpha right now is being a little bit kind of set in certain ways. That this election was, you know, a reflection of their now and grows. And some of the triggers I mean, they're having anti-women's roads, right? I think, but I don't think that's something that is going to concrete in that necessarily. Because I've never experiences. And I think one of the interesting things that we've seen in the past few months that Trump has taken on is looking at some see and they on their end. And it's that show Gen Z, you know, supporting Trump and November and December. Now it's something like 68 when he's something, you know, in the opposite direction. So you see, I mean, you know, those shifts that happen. And I think they go out and have experiences and they have jobs, need to, you know, afford medication and they need to, you know, help their Social Security and maybe spread from that. Scared right, and I think it stems from their weakness and then underneath the grave because they're worried that I can raise the name and it's right sparing against think that's like very experience. So, it's not even close. As a magnetic with the lighter view, like right. You know, let's kind of focus on being on the other way. So because actually you know, it's up and I sometimes I'm not sure. That's at the end of the semester, where sometimes I like to make less. I don't care. Class, everything's successful during the class. To say, this race, look at you, this person, look at you, this person. I don't like you, I don't like you, look at you. So everybody was interacting and treating each other like we had a professional, there's a professor, I do a semester, there was a person in the class, different view, different day, the class, they were oh, it was scary. But I end the semester, I would so clinical setting, professional setting, now we're supposed to hold sudden take medicine and hate each other and like each other. We saw the strength of patients and the very differently like each other. So go up there and this was a valuable experience. That should be what you do. So it should be right for not to see all the time. Have not been people again. You know, I mean, it's a. I had a question. She was somebody years ago, and you know, and she's now the biggest voice, you know, in the office. There's some stuff. And it's like weird, right? It's like 60 birthday. Like your birthday is 60 the day ago. It's gonna be like a great. I mean, you know, like this is what you know, this is what you want to do. But that's going back, you know, that, you know, that this is what you're focused on. Like you wake up thinking about actors, okay? This is your day. You know, and it's you know, as a person living in their great one, their reasons and I don't think that people, I know there's why people gravitate to the stuff of do as well, it's because they need the information, and I think they also need power. And I think once each power, they need to feel control of their lives. And I think a lot of us, you know, young kids right now don't feel in control of their lives, and a lot of it's not their fault, right? I think it's the situations, the hands that they have been dealt, and it's, you know, for decades and decades and decades, like, policy shifts and everything, like whatever it is, you know, they're looking down, they're looking at their parents, and they're going, well, they got it, they were able to get a, you know, parents got to get a job, or, you know, privately, you know, and they, to meet the engagements, you know, twice a year, you know, they now, even if I had a job where I was making 6 figures, I'm not going to be able to afford a house. I'm not going to be able to have savings. I'm not going to be able to live in a neighborhood that I can walk around and get everything that I need to survive. And if to have kids, how am I going to afford a family? I didn't afford to get coffee for myself, you know? And so these are real issues. So I think what I don't want to do is blame. So a lot of this is you're whining and, you know, but understand that, you know, people are going back to what we're saying at the beginning, and that's getting younger generations. So I think
still like big number, big area outside. Whatever they may be, right? And I acknowledge it. See it as communities that you talked about it is, you're almost like they've acknowledged it. And you're right, there's that need for them. And they're great. People here afford them. The Democrats are giving money to the Republicans, so that money should have went to you. And second, there's a social program that they actually help people they got on. That socialism is how it's working. It's like, so you don't vote, right? But too often that energy is taken and then it's put in a negative direction to really other people more, fill those voices for those issues. Figure out a way as a society in general to have the accountable, in a productive, positive way. And some of that also it's got to require structural change and sure that those kids are going to be able to grow, have families, and have productive lives, and have a job that they can support their families with, and it should be American dream as they can right? Look at the college, right? Get a good job, good. That's not simply not what's happening in so many cases. So I think there's a bitterness that develops, that bitterness that taken and form that. And I think we need to kind of figure out how to take that for people back to break push. That's a good segue to my item, but good kid. I get very discouraged about the state of the country, disappointed and frustrated and curious. I like your though, some of your YouTube things are like these big bold letters, like the video he doesn't like you to see, or the day thumbs down on him, very kind of, I like it. It might be your posting about it, to be honest with you, with the yellow on those, like, in your face graphics. But I'm curious if you're optimistic about the country and words of encouragement you give me and other people watching this or listening to this, that we're going to be okay and democracy is not going to go away.
I am hopeful, I am optimistic, and I think that the plan that Trump and Musk have is to pretty much control all the levers of everything right now and really beat down any MSP and resistance. I think what we see right now in federal courts is judges appointed by Trump, Reagan, George W. Bush, on access questions. Made a lot of bad things. So, due process questions, all the judges have said, at least as of that district court, there is something called process. You have to go and follow it, and you cannot live in an authoritarian country. And so, federal judges on that question, by and large, across the country, are standing up to Donald Trump. More significantly than I think you see the protest, peaceful protest growth. I think that's a good sign. I think what we saw with the hands-off protests, no King's Day, I think that's going to continue to grow. And that gives me a lot of hope as well. And I think that I take a lot of hope that people are in the right record. I was that after the election, saw a lot of people just for about 2 months tune out and just didn't do anything. I think that if we now have a opposition and resistance that looks and feels stronger than what we saw back in 2017, 2018, I think people have seen Trump's reckless on and off again tariffs and all of this rhetoric that it's the same kind of pattern. Hops and does something that causes harm and then withdraws from it and declares that a victory. And there are still some news outlets that report these things as victories. It's like he just was the arsonist who slightly put out a fire that he created, and now things are worse, and now he wants to declare that a victory. But I think that the public's by and large is seeing they're not
Smart, right? I mean, a lot of them are smart.
and I think we see Trump's goal right now. Basically the worst in presidential history at this time, including his first term, as he went across the polls. And so he still has that 35% kind of MAGA for plus or minus another 5 or 6%. So some polls are 39, so they're going to. But by and large, I don't think people like hostile takeovers of the federal government. I think people want to keep safe, go on airplanes, and I have the transportation secretary and then had it about flights and staffing, trying to blame other people. You'll see veterans getting fired, disrespected. I think people see education getting gutted, and I think that people don't like that stuff.
Women got hurt.
I think absolutely, and I think that people are saying, you know, we're not okay with this and that gives me
Even slacktivism, which so-called, sitting on your chair and trying to do something which was divided for so long, is actually a pretty good barometer of how people are feeling. What they're seeing on social media, how they're coming, and what they're watching. I understand, right?
So yeah, it's what we were saying to let you, right? You don't have to go out there and build a career in somewhere and see, right? But if your thing is getting your best foot out on social media, I see the best we can, like our town kids, your neighbor, right? And you're whatever it is that you do to it, is that never is also I think that I also think that just how much they're great and and these big engines and everybody and that's what they're saying, but I never see it happen. So how many it's not trouble to the office right now, and you also see tremendous kind of as we are kind of all in this how this will end and when it's like on the other side, I know that it's not anything but I know that so it doesn't happen on its own, but it's like action. A lot of people stay and the fight that night right now, well, it's about this weather, airports, based on the way the things flow. I think they get comfortable outside of that school act, diverse people who champion everyone's right to be a champion. You have the ability there, you have dedication, and their social security, as a fight in society. And you can kind of, in a case, have to where we are right now, and that's a journey beyond that, so we're kind of act. And ultimately, like, I know that over the years, that was very, very that's some of us about others. Some friendships about friends or like very like a turn on. So there's great benefits. Don't try to break the land like with things or so you can say like experts of the same like this way. So this other way. Never get immigrants. Like and I think so yeah, it's tested. There's
Yes, sir.
Seriously, Peach. It's tragic. Just this is your. This is our family. Did you know Richard I do the same? It's a much it's the same. Pretty sure that sense about so where's the chat? See. So instead of being troops, and I follow up with you. Hey, General, you don't think field leadership and insubordination. It's fine. Today's challenge is to see if a single viewer can defeat all time general 3 times in a row. The battle and prove themselves as the ultimate tactician. Here we go. So nice. Having a person who can be here's topic like that. Single star to represent the dream. see a lot of those groups that actually that's okay.
It may heated fights between the Empire and Jack. Stop all jumping. Jack, get this particular Jack. It's the perfect timing. It's right after the biggest in the whole region. The very attractive against now. Now, it's Jack General. It's Jack. It will be late to us. What Jack's strategy is.
Troops are over the sticking. So it's such a overly confused the enemy with shooting. So
So anything else?
see, there is a strong security for Earth's the troops are being from these mighty bases with surveillance. It's everything to me. Creating chaos in the waves. He's it's from the stage, trying to chaos and shame.
Sir, I can't let you get performance and surveillance because it's begging you to get it. It's transfer ball.
It's cheaper for entities to be studying and for fascinating. Strategy for training. So,
say it just getting a chicken and this has been a long time. It is for water. The waters which trust that are being driven through by a and so set things. If people are here, it's best to get back to the market. It's like big changes in the next round. So only big changes. It's small. Yes, we will general promise.
Just don't take it twice the next. That means expression of effort and general proteins in this gender. As you it's T or T. You're in. Yeah, you're ready. Against chance. You're being given to your end game. I can make your sheets down. Sorry, let's get it. What is it? That's like a spiders. Spiders. So I was scared of this guy. For me. Inspected those things. Yes. It is not bad. In general, these listings get rated to right. So the thing that you exchange strategy is engineers strategy or choices to speak. Since it's century, it's because first off, troops are demanding a local government presence. Asterisk, okay, so chapters will be placed as strategic plans in the battlefields and main celestial fury. Second, that's why second hand there is an insistent for asterisk beings arranged in V formation. Asterisk this various sweeping and precision. Thieves setting them in V forms that create a damage to penetrate enemy defenses. Troops sincerely understand the tactical advantage of their abilities. Yes. Lastly, the demand for asterisk massive heavily 57 asterisk. Soldiers in the victories close them to destruction. Not really. Let's get ready to give those to see our fate. No, they're not such. The Mars immediately victory process. Not yet food. Also, there's an part of the bodies, but they are the nuclear. So keep anticipating their works again and kissing the rain for 500 push-ups. Left, back, stick to the strategy. Prioritize those units and values for frivolous spending. It's fine. Think man. Victory cost 50 cents. Victory at a very specific cost. It's just that they just get it. So, okay, so I should have keep this story in the lines. It's shows that has been put between and get myself. So, it's I don't need to do those visions. I should have got surgery. The guts in it. It's just stats. It's 50 cents and boosting the brain. It's this just patience again. Sorry for still. Sorry for anything. Those have seen it's not the operations order. Victory on costs. It's it. I was going back and I flipped the V versus you. There's just we did these books are today. It was okay. This is a two choice. It's right. And it's right. Reasons versus plans. I'm going to reasons. It's going to work in really well. It's like it's so this is like super how which yeah Twitch channel already went with the next round. Any final words in your you know communicate to share racial very we won that we are in today's accepted victory victory savings it's making sure I'll go right Christian we're going to have each spear why do you must consider strong hydration as this in that inform the general information again
Gives a breakdown of strategy. It's essentially a top Stuart gangsters over time. Have Stuart gangsters of this year. Demands for goals indicates a critical distance. It's warranty. I will order from the objectives of comments. They strength the action. The action. It's everywhere. It's various messages must be taken seriously. Oh, guys, the fierce fighters will swallow. Overwhelming. That's made a certain formation troops have existed in space in other units to avoid concentrated damage. See, most tactical captures as a strategic position. Those it's a spread out formation. Let's achieve victory at all costs. It's not. It's the first. Why did you spread out the army this month? It's a 60 tons. That's a great name. All right, you're the I will stop the formation. Please. Sergeant, listen. Here's what the troops are screaming for. Crystal clear. First and foremost, the request for opportunities for them. So this is not negotiable. Everything must be accompanied by this illustrious drink fighting its unparalleled influence to the wrath direction. Looks like a lady feature. Breed has been approached as a critical demand. It seems almost every soldier is screaming for this abuse. Asterisk, major freeze, asterisk, or a strategic priority. And it mentions assurance will be very for vigilantes. I get every new personality is still a much bigger so the problem is that it's possible. Soldier question, owners dropping in 50 push-ups and the troops direct to the leader. The major freeze it is new people. Okay, well, the price of Hickory that you also have is $32.33. Then try it $32.33. What's the thing? It's not. This isn't 1998 where we're in the future. Negative will take a negative thing. Like since it's online, for the next 1 minute, any donations that come in, I'm adding to the tip for the farm. Ready, set, there's already been $3, that's $3. $6, 14, 15, 26 and a half, 39, 50, 80, 13, 51, 29, just say we're experiencing there. Guys, isn't okay, so sure we're in this. Yeah, okay, I was like, hey, my friend, they spent a lot of money and he gave me $200 to give it to the delivery driver. So he gave this. But you don't understand that all this wrong is Google Translate and having to talk to everybody because he's trying to get like hard prices and everything is the most like him not thinking he's seeing drug money or something. So I was like, my friend is a lot of money and this to let me drive. It's $200 or you can't like this to you. Look at it like this. Here you go. Oh, thank you. So yeah, very nice. There you go. And then I saw him walking away as I was like going back to the door. I heard start like really intensity and management as I'm fucking away. So I go back to people. So, anyways. It's the same to them. Because we actually very tasty. Cheesy fries, cheese bag, but
Excellent. Overall, third day, Sergeant looking for the personal reviews. Gather yourself and get back to the mission. Whoever sings there, you will execute them with utmost precision and get everything. Okay, this is Rogers Army, and this is your scattered army. Let the battle between these two regular and go! Someone's in the house. For sheer numbers of homes, great bitches. They'll just say that they're old, and it's fine. The metaphors for this meeting is commodity goes from the team. But the accomplishment for 2 Earth. That's $30 Earth business. Also, but you got 200 shots. This seems is a big deal, dear. That means instead of puppets, they should control into a single series. This modern army general is listening right now. This process. At least the subsidies for themselves. Chad ideally. Certainly, this night the troops have spoken and they request okay. First, a single super dot series to be deployed at once. The troops believe they overwhelming. It's just supervisors brings to the field is for ensuring the strength, fear, and hands. What is the state council work about? It's meeting research and ensure that dismissed. Sure. First in out. You said the versus this Jeff Davis. How strong this is going to be last man. Let's get it out. So, the handle, again. I get to be it's so children. It's very Jazz, right? It's the illness of 10,000 is the army force again, and this group and some kids of things that want to keep alive. But the musketeers from them, that's 30 million. See, right? Christian, go. It's I said it's serious. The shining is so much fancy. It's several appeared to me. Here, Jesus.
started. Which is just what the most
You can't.
sir, you gotta be careful. It's safe to go to your so keep it engage for the bits and services and mission vehicle training and give me 50 ships. This paper. So I think you're looking at study things back and he gets sort of straight. Right, and that he gets around and engages abilities. Speed running for all that happens to the top. Even though I have a fire engine, speed running, there is nothing that capability. Getting deep into the one that I can this increase the care of all. It's something very useful. Right? Or a chain says everything is getting this. That would express my body was fucking things of cigarettes and something like it is. I need speed running. I absolutely ran various games in the course of like 10 years, maybe. Zero hikers and programmers this cheers and get the entire this job. The big bad, the Olympic asshole that was the A1 speedrunner that topped the charts for many years, from the displaced months, just lying, cheating his way into the top of the food chain of the early A1 speedrunning community, and he performed one of the most embarrassing segments that GameStop has ever done. And I want to go into that segment. There's more of a full breakdown on who he really is a great video game over his entire history from it's not. It is a fascinating story. The Lord is written in the House of Dragon. What I want to focus on today, the moment of the and the effects of this book are still felt to this day. And it's been many years since this happened. It is his AOC legendary speedrun for GameStop. I think most of you know GameStop, basically GDQ is an annual event that raises money for charity. It's a speedrunning event for the best runners for games for good. Performance that raises money for charity. Including the best part of the speedrun, AOC. And it is a fucking disaster. It was only supposed to take like 2 hours and some change for them to complete this run, but it ended up going over 4 hours. It couldn't have been worse. He just passed the controller to my father. He's played a game 15 years and he wanted to finish this game faster. I've never watched the full one. I've never heard of anyone actually suffering through all 4 hours of excruciating torture. Till today, I just watched the video from a channel called Frog Artist. I'm not sure if I'm getting the name correct, but they actually subjected themselves to the entire 4 hour run in order to all the best bits. And by best, it's not like a it's a scope. It is amazing. I was thoroughly entertained by Frog's video, so I highly recommend check out the video of his channel. I'll link to the description. I think they did a great job. Whether it's I don't really prefer to be quiet or this girl asking her other lots of names that she was on back with cancer. Over the years, there's been a fair number of French clubs in the speedrun community. I'm a Frog, it's named around the Halo speedrunning signature French club and coding members 2011 AOC GDQ. You can have GDQ. I'm very confident you've seen several Bible games. Because for a long time, this was like the fringe fact. This was like the fringe tool. Every year there'd be one or two massive moments of uncomfortable that would fall across the entire internet. And the cyberspace collectively come together to watch some of the key was like a couple of the ones that I mentioned there. And during the heyday of these fringe classes, Cody Newman's run on 6 firmly towards. It wasn't just one moment during its run that was awful. It wasn't just like 30 seconds or a minute of silliness that people giggle at and choose to call that. It was full of just this full dog shit sensation of rage. And its effects are still felt to this day. Like I mentioned, there is the way bigger that is now in 2012 because it was so bad and so far over time. But now GQ has said that they can either run for any reason at any time to expense themselves. Because it's been so long, they regretted and now they have that they can basically in their
It was even mentioned in the Guinness Book of World Records for being hailed to a legendarian for Gallows Deathless, which later turned out to be failed on some of the time.
Many of these with the world records has lost most of its prestige because people are aware of and that now she's the most niche shit ever that no one is ever going to compete with you on. Like right now, if I get the world record for longest time spent sitting in a chair, no joke of an expansion, and also and nuts. Like all I have to do is call them, fill them up, pay them, that's what's about launch me was like 15 minutes, and I guarantee you'll but back in this time period, a Guinness World Record, that was a huge deal, especially for the speed limit. Later, it turns out Cody faked that and pretty much all of his world records, and yet he still had the chutzpah to go to GQ to win.
Let's hop in. Yeah, let's not. Update your hopes up, brother. You're not going to see a period.
That just sets the stage. So people were really excited to see that Halo C running tricks on the chips. Only to get they did believe shit. I could probably count the amount of tricks they successfully pulled off in this 4 out of one hand, rather one finger. Like he just could not do any of the tricks. And even just openly stated that some of them are just too hard, so it's not gonna when it ends up happening, we see just plays the game and he goes from legendary down to heroic because he's starting so much. Then he started struggling on the own so he down to normal to finish his run. It's a fucking massive catastrophe.
As we all know, the most entertaining speed runs in the luxury runner doesn't stop at all in study number 2. Boring is the best way to describe his goal.
For his favorite one of action, I have tried to swim from Halo CE as well as Halo 2. I find the wins to be super flips and much, so I tried to build it and launch every game to actually succeed. So I'm familiar with like for Halo CE and Halo 2. And I want to see what this is like back then. So I watched this video on this guy. It's like he witnessed a murder. But rather, it's more like he is the murder. He has stolen the world, cycling back to the game. Just you can see the occasionally it's like this metal, but his focus is so dark, and he is still so back on the game. There,
for example, this from the classic scrap was to stick 1 lead to they don't make great for. Instead, Cody sits here for 2 minutes, struggling to kill it. Even if you were going to try to clear the room, it should not take him this long. So why did you not grab back? Have you ever played CE before? I managed to get Halo records at the time it was around the record for both was 519. Next time Cody's here, it's 825.
That was the thing that stood out the most to me is when he needs them, this thing only Warfield needs days. This dude just refused to pick up the pistol, which is by far the best option for this game. And then I see the better. Now, for it's a Halo CE. So he offers insight on how these things are supposed to work. And company rather didn't do that most of the time, which I find just be so
First real trick of the game at the time was bringing walk over here to a grenade jet was getting through it. It saves a couple seconds versus walking, but make me do get the trigger. There are hardly be two banshees of villains walk the head way down. It's one of the easiest tricks in the game, and there's zero reason for a Sea Scrubber not to do it. See how it goes. But maybe now that the grenade jump, no beaches walking back across the bridge. Already. You can advance to the next area. Why are you dropping back? And you have the guy there. The headshot. The elite machines are down.
They jumps in any or second nature to anyone that has ever played a game. If you're a speedrunner, you know about grenade jumps. You just play the multiplayer grenade jumps, so they can take the report of people. So it's so weird how that he tries to do this one. Or just decides not to do that for most stuff. For it to do. Some of them require a bit more setup, like some of the bigger grenade jumps. But for this, just need to grenade. You jump, let the explosion blast you up, so you sneak that trick. That one's not working for me. And it's the world record. I think the most embarrassing thing is to get tricks for failing all the tricks that he tries. It's how frequently he dies during this run. He has 4 deaths in the speed run 4 hours, and most kids play that their entire time playing this. It is shocking. Like, in that, it's very obvious to play. So, like, if you don't know English, if you don't know if he's secret trick, you don't know. If you don't exactly senses progress and you see him collapse, and you have to sit there and watch it. He has to sit there in smooth shape.
But even without modern grenade lineups, they're all fairly easy to just with the aliens as they come out and getting them. The first ship, Cody inexplicably runs to the lot to take out Deck. First retreats and then dies. But then dies again and says something you probably never want to hear or see from him. Even adopts a strategy I use as a 5-year-old. I'm scared of just be safe and stay on top of the structure. He proceeds to not hit it.
Some shit kept me laughing so hard. I actually remember when I was super young, doing that was a big struggle for me, you know. Before and watching me do this section made me so much of people that was enjoying it. About the strategy was kids to take back. And this is supposed to be the best thing to be learned. Tons of records. They embarrassing us. It's very that he doesn't actually he just gains his faith. And then he started this is very back.
Yes. It's almost against local records for making you understand the essential member. And so we decided to use something that's able to see just to change the video.
So understanding essentially because so he just changed the difficulty. He just dropped the difficulty as he started the selection. I don't know just get up and just go out like a start. He said that was like they're just going to it's a great person. It was like somebody was talking. Sports fans, sure, second figures of the food. This is here's if you're looking at designated to months now, it is already they're on the months there. It's it's more things face the I see your big mistake because even if you're not in the speed, if you practice it the way they did, just you should be able to beat this game on 2 minutes. So it doesn't take to the best. He's supposed to to be able to see on there. They have to get it really big. So it doesn't get some people see it 10 feet a second. That is so embarrassing. People that are take the first time at the same speed. That's insane. traits.
First major accuracy trace. This is where things feel the
Experience of Pangea. It is crazy. And this way is the get their jobs on this information if we're against scopes. The following is based on official script. Most of the footage has never been seen before until now. This was a 2024 with a great mother and miracle of herself, dying of one teenage son. The operator imagines her through a sergeant, but the conversation doesn't go. Yeah, Mr. Sergeant is probably very meaty. I'm going to take a officer and serve number 2. I'm going to civil officer and lay in for his baseball. Situation is something that we have a second about what goal was in and consider the things and then also for just spinning. Officers with the Maryland Police Department arrive and race to the front door. The one that's involved in this dispute to this entire situation rails. That's the process. Was he told it? And then, please. As the officers try to settle the brand, their son speaks to their sergeant outside. The photograph vehicle, she got one. I guess what happened, she got that, so then she came back, so then she started chasing the back, so she came downstairs, started chasing the back, so then I went and pulled out like claws. What's the very house soft spot, not zero. See that noise. A trainer says, so do not just watch this on some kids. Just watch. Jesus. And it will be a watch. Help me. Just been for my dog. So, Jesus. It's under the They need to know inside how this interpretation will be down. If the police will want to be similar accounts of the brain's events, there are times when they can't even see with regards to basic facts. You're 17, I'm 16, which this keeps forgetting. So, at any rate, the police believe they've read enough to establish probable cause, much for the dismay to the again. So,
This is uncalled for. I don't care what. We'll find out what. Just don't call, babe. I found something to do. I'm struggling already. What do you want y'all walking in the fire? Oh, God's sake, oh, why? I said that's what you're doing. I'm not going to get it. You know, you know, you know, you see, I tell you. You should go right about this up there. Then, what do you do? So, you have this. If you want to see black people locked up, but they're acting like they're cheats. Then, the disability of the staff, they got put all of them.
it's fine. It's such a great potential for life for the merchants.
I mean, just how you take it.
Should be on the station first. That fire checker out. I also have the first for the cause. Does she have any locations that you're aware of? And it's respond to the police station and get Gloria during exam of the transporters and see leaves the house where it's began. One officer he says find thoughts. She very ready. She just pictures in her. 56-year-old Liberty Congress was spoken out county jail on one count so they thought of them. Uncounted threat, intimidating, and pretended the danger. In December 2004, she was found guilty in this brief conduct that Henry led them, sentenced to 18 months of supervised probation. It's always important. Breastplate, solemn hands are so familiar. Pretends to be with foolishness. This is exactly what happens 60 here. Apparently, this was the 5th time the space boy had been hacked. Now that's excessive. She told me she had been sleeping back to make that like that. I'm going to but this time, they seemed to activate this and use Terry's space painting. Solicit a contract, if you know. And they tried to make it look like it was more innocent Terry. Really isn't. Now I firmly believe that Terry is doing good hearted person. Will never do it. So we made sure to report the citizens take it off so we can get everything straight. Because I was confident Terry, wearing the beat saying to when I had the jet, it's just one thing. It's terrible being the man. Then he said he got hacked. Because of that. Either way, nobody knows how this story there. So let's look at things. This whiskey has back out. We are in to negotiate get the skin from the open. Like that. I'm scared to make it up this turn it something from the body time. It's not 16 days to get these level 60 years old. So that's what I'm saying. And I thought especially for classes, I saw it's with the course of outcomes that I'm still learning real blind, but some of the time. Just last night, when it's okay. That everything and the drug is education. So as much as it seems, just send your back. It's a race. So I need to get you guys 7 bombs left. Say a lot of set the lot into stand for and start to get it. Stand up. Nice. So, give her back here. So this one I'm recording of this area. He's out here. And this is a pleasant. Might be it's like Terry, that's what I see it as a great speed. Makes sense. as far as Hey, you're 63. Okay, that's what the individual stuff. That's excuses things they would say because they're and they also see the just a great deal about today's sleep. Yeah. So, and if you ain't got more settles right first, they just the past few weeks, 40 small police over $12 million, $26 million in Philadelphia, and $6 million. It did also mention that their fee is completely free for student. If you're ever injured, start at late or at 8 feet. You can get one of the people that /Steve get started with. Facebook, no, it's there. Okay. If you see a different teams rest of the world sexually active, is that what you do? So this is not why I need to do your profile to that I have the access to help. They don't want to scare that house. And it says it's federal for the infant academy a BQ. And it says I take you don't want a birthday. Maybe 71. Yeah. So that's what was in the country, that's what they said. So we should have some works. This year will come out here. Okay. I'll still come here on Facebook Messenger. I just want to see the context. Yeah, I'm looking. To other 3 things of it. Okay. Jump out and let us see our driver. You can click that one. Yeah, on that. Yeah, the girl bought use of the actual conversation. Well, I think you said here. Give them. I mean, it's see, so let's see if it's you. So it's your picture. We have that. What we do that. So they said, no, they tend to rotation. From my perhaps a set of basically. Maybe you can put one up here and probably get at the base that they perhaps so that would later I'll just go basically have if they different settings. Then from there, the beach state. And products to be products. But it what's your next back to sell? Do you mind if I just hey? Just trying to make sure that your account is back running. I forget, I'm going to get at the 5. It's so late. It's on your box. It's the last person. Yeah. Can't say like it. I just don't get it. Like 5. It's right there. It's the girl. Yeah, it's a no one has discussed here is yeah. A lot of sexual things are said at your I do her as a people. She's a bird. I mean, so you have 10 minutes of she had the items. Is that cat? You know, what I'm wondering is there, when the location is shared, how does it do your home? To my knowledge, it's not very what do you think? What's up? It's a live location. To my knowledge, that you're setting such a page. See, we know talking about the 10 inches. We said I'd like to start the art that way. So I would definitely not that cherries. Yes. It's as it said. I forgot the page. So in a way that we can say something you want to do that. Okay, let's get one of those. Okay. So it was when you have sex for the first time, there was a pump inside the female area that rings. But it's you start releasing, they give you one, you care about cherry pumpkins. Say how the breathing there. Doesn't break it off. I would love to be some one. And something that gave you no, yeah, you want to through the conversation. It's have shirts on. Probably your body. Thank you for the I started talking about smart phone. Yeah. Shut up. say it's not, we don't get people to tell them. Risky. Here, each year has got out of person. Come right there. Yeah. We're right there. Wait, no. It's not going to be a public use. You're right. Yeah, it's not good for that. Straight shot. This is your road. So you get above the bench. Drop down there. So they have basically, but also that's it. So I was it was someone else. This is what I'm you're not even but that language. It's the one. Yeah, it's you. That's correct. They even say, hey, this is some kind of savage. So I'm just wondering, so if something amazing, I'm doing this sort of thing, what would they do? I don't know. Well, so usually, people are only considered talented. Someone else is trying to set a bad person. You can someone the times, I would say, not like this so the challenge, yeah, I'm sure still really want to here. The back part. The back part is there. Someone else is doing this, they're going to be saying about the thing. That's what it sounds like. So if someone were saying, well, what say, I hope this isn't something so it doesn't make no sense. So if someone's French said, because if someone's trying to say you look at it, I don't think they're very careful about themselves getting set, right? They just don't bring up the perspectives of the problem. I mean, there's the sort of the secret of the it's not because the girl was told to be come to the secret store. So they can come to her, she sounds serious. Often. I took it to that's just the whole set of speech. It's outstanding. But when it was some point, so something was wrong with the same. So it's making sure one is okay. So, you want it to be exactly the speak to you and speak to you. Seems there. Just to see if anybody else is walking. So that's everything. That's speaker. So looks like that's accountable.